Good morning, my little couch potatoes, and welcome back to the comfiest courtroom on the internet. I'm your host, Llama, and it's time for dramatic testimony, overruled objections, and absolutely unqualified opinions. So grab your snuggiest blanket, some delicious snacks, and get ready to watch Court with your internet besties. This is Court Couch with Llama. Today's court is brought to you by Trying My Best and still not understanding the testimony. Hope you're all doing good today. I have another guest for us today. It's the lovely Miss Annie. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
So Annie just
Good
popped
morning,
in backstage.
Terry.
Yes, good morning, Terry. Good morning, Lady in Gray. Annie just popped in backstage right before we were going to go live, and I was like, oh my gosh, look at what we're wearing. I love that.
That was great.
It was not planned at all. We just spend so much time together that we have. It must be our mana powers that the Disneyans have. It must be. How are you this morning?
I'm good. I'm good.
Oh my gosh, what are you drinking out of?
So the chaos coordinator.
I've been looking for the lid everywhere.
I have snacks today. I have a hot fry. I have mine. So we're not sponsored, but these are my addiction. Hot fries.
Oh, hot fries.
So somebody in 5th grade, all the way back then, told me they were eating them, and I was like, hey, what are those? Because kids are always curious and trying to eat other people's food.
Sure.
So I was like, what are those? And she was like, they're too spicy for you. You won't want them. And I think that's probably where my you can't tell me what to do started.
I was gonna say, you're like, oh really? Double dog
Watch
there.
Me.
Do it.
So anyway, they have been my favorite and are my favorite. So I have those, and I have pistachios.
Ooh, I love pistachios. I love pistachios so much. I'm back with the dried fruity candy. Good, which are amazing. I guess they're kind of like popcorn and cereal. I don't know, but they're so good and tasty. Elbow brought them for me. Zoe, I'm going to tell you right now, you are not going outside.
Yep.
They have been outside 3 times in the last 15 minutes. Okay, I'm not being unreasonable here.
What's going on out there? Are your neighbors still moving in? Are they just nosy?
No, it's just Zoe being Zoe. She's like, oh, are you live? I mean, usually she's not even awake this early in the morning. She'll sleep all morning. Rude. Oh,
Calliope is asleep.
Thanks. Lady in Gray says, I have milk duds for after coffee. What if you put one of them in your coffee?
I skipped the coffee this morning.
Oh, you are so brave.
My hubby is still asleep, so I'm banking on him making it when he wakes up.
Ah, nice. Me too. I do that too. So I did something last night. I watched the Karen Reid documentary on HBO Max.
When did you go to bed?
I went to bed at I don't know. It was 11:30. I was so tired yesterday that I had 4 wins. I'd be super tired, ready to go to sleep. And then all of a sudden, here comes a wind and I'm back going again. It was super fun. Oh. But I did manage to watch all 5 episodes of Karen Reid last night from the HBO Max doc. And there are definitely some comments made by her that is not going to make her look good, in my opinion. If I was on the jury and heard that, I'd be like, ooh.
Are they going to play him, you think?
I mean, it depends what the judge decides, because he was supposed to hand her, that thumb drive yesterday or this morning or whatever. And they have footage that they didn't air in the documentary. And there's a few questionable things that she does say about the event that it was ooh, it's not helpful. Not helpful. It's not great. But then she just has some other comments that with her face and the tone, oof. Mm-hmm. So I don't know. You guys, do not let anybody talk you in to doing an interview or a documentary while you are facing charges of any. I can't believe they let her do this. Now I wouldn't say there was any like shocking things, but there were some questionable that I was like, ugh.
Could have been better.
Yeah, one of them they had played, and because I was so tired yesterday, I didn't retain much from this documentary. I'm going to be honest with you. It was kind of, and I was working on other stuff, but I was listening, so I didn't retain it all. But there was, I want to say, I think it was Jen McCabe's daughter was on this thing. We haven't met her yet in this thing, and she talks about how she's been harassed by people. There's a lot of harassment going on of the witnesses and stuff, which isn't cool. It isn't cool at all. But right after that, Karen says something like, I have no sympathy for any of the witnesses. And, I know that they're getting their doorbells rung and all that, but like, they shouldn't even be witnesses. They should be suspects. And I was like, ugh, that first part about not having any sympathy for any of the witnesses, and her face in the was very, it wasn't great.
Okay. It wasn't great.
No, hold on. I'm going to let Zoe outside real quick. I'll be right back. She is relentless, apparently.
I have the good kitty over here. They're both amazing, perfect, wonderful cats. But my attention-seeking kitty is asleep downstairs, and my sweet cat that likes to just sit around quietly is on the desk watching birds. So if they get too annoying, I put birds up on the TV, and they just sit there and watch TV. I'm like an iPad parent for my pets. So
okay, I'm back. There was another thing. There's another thing that I want to say. We haven't really gotten into evidence in the trial yet. And the only reason I want to bring it up is because, they can kind of be all over the place with dates and stuff and kind of hard to follow in the last couple of witnesses we saw. But in the documentary, you're going to lose your mind, Annie. They did not collect John's clothes as evidence until a month and a half later.
Why?
Yeah. What? Because he dies, January 29th? I think in there they said it. I want to say it was like March 22nd. It was like mid to late March when they collected it as evidence.
2 months?
Sure. Yeah, I guess that would be 2 months. Isn't that crazy?
I want to know what their regular protocol is for cases that don't involve police.
Right?
Like,
if this is how it goes,
it can't be that.
Yikes! Good morning, Bells. So hello.
Good morning.
I can't put birds up on my TV. Dr. Reed will attack the TV. My dogs don't get.
Mine do too.
That's so funny.
So I have to move the furniture back.
That's so funny. My dogs do not care what's on the TV, which I think is weird because it's like, what else do you have going on in your life besides listening to me all day? I'd want to watch something. Lady in Gray says, welcome to the real world, Llama. There is zero chain of custody or urgency in the investigation. Just wait. Holy crap. Crap. I can't wait to hear the rest of it. I only retained a few things because I was busy and tired.
I think this is gonna piss us off.
Oh yeah.
Really?
I mean, just that one alone pisses me off. Why were they not just... Oh, hold on. Bell says they were in the back of Trooper Proctor's truck.
For 2 months. Excuse me. For 2 months?
What the F? That's...
So is anybody investigating Trooper Proctor? I mean,
oh, yeah.
I know he got fired.
The feds.
Yeah?
The feds. The federal government. Yeah. I guess...
Okay.
during the investigation. As news was coming out about this investigation and Karen and everything, the feds stepped in and did an internal investigation. I don't think anything's been released about their investigation yet, but Proctor was fired just a couple of months ago.
I knew he was fired. I just, there's more. Wow.
Right? That's so crazy. Yeah, he got fired. They put the clothes in the drying area for days unsecured. That's
wild.
Crazy. That is crazy, especially because I'm assuming if there was blood everywhere, as we've been told by witnesses, you would want to, check the clothes and stuff.
This guy, this guy seems, John O'Keefe, seems like he would have been a great guy, by everything that we know, which is limited. Mm-hmm. But I just, I feel like, if Karen did it, sure, crime, you could, whatever, if they're having issues, if it comes out that she did it, I can understand that, but I can't wrap my head around if she didn't do it, what happened, why they just let this great guy, be there. Anyway,
either way, right? Whether she did it or somebody else did, what in the hell kind of investigation is this?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Severely lacking.
That's crazy. Good morning, Angie. And we tried to tell you this case is cray-cray. It only gets worse. Oh my goodness. Wow. Well, the documentary was a little bit of insight. I wouldn't say that it persuaded me one way or another. I thought it was, even though it follows Karen and her defense team throughout the trial, I didn't walk away feeling one way or another about what happened. Because, they only play little clips here and there of people's testimony, so you can't entirely just go off of that and expect that to be the whole testimony. The little clips I saw, I was like, oh my God, is this going to be so exciting? I can't wait. But, again, you got to hear everything, the whole testimony, I feel. So I wasn't persuaded either way. It was good, though. I will say it was worth a watch. Let's see. Personally, I think Proctor was fired for other reasons, as well as the ones listed in the report. What other reasons, Lady in Gray? Besides just this shitty investigation, right? Oh my gosh. And yeah, he leaves apparently these clothes in his trunk for 2 months. He's also the lead investigator of Brian Walsh. I keep saying Walsh. Is it Walsh? I think it is. I think it's Walsh, not Welch. Anyway, what? Okay. Phil says all this BS with evidence is why I can't convict Karen. That is going to be my deciding factor. I can tell you that right now. Just because when it comes to beyond a reasonable doubt, there you go. You can't. But I haven't made up my mind. But I will say that the handling of this evidence or the investigation as a whole is probably going to be what sways me more so than if she did it or somebody else did it. I can't believe they even brought the case in the first place. Oof. Yeah. Well, that's the thing, right? As I said at the beginning of this, when I didn't know much, I felt that the second-degree murder charge was probably too high. We'll see when they bring out more stuff. But so far, nothing strikes me as second-degree murder charges. So, the women hated Karen because she was single, successful, had money, and OSM, which I forget what that is. You want my honest opinion of Karen from the documentary, which is where you get to hear her actually talk. One, she didn't really sound at all how I thought she would sound, or her demeanor. I wouldn't say she seems like a B, but she definitely has this kind of, you know what? That's not fair of me to say either. Not fair of me to say either, because this is happening during her trial.
Mhm.
And I can't imagine you're actually your regular authentic self. So you know what? I'm going to take back what I said,
That's fair.
or was going to say, because now that I think about it, I don't really think that's fair to, because you can't possibly be the same person when this incident happened to sitting in the middle of that first trial. Like, you have to be, I mean, sure, you are you, right? But it's almost a new you at that point, dealing.
There's too much going on.
Yeah. So you know what? I'm going to take that back. I can't imagine the stress you're under, and especially if you do think people are trying to frame you. That would be unfair of me. Let's see. Shoddy evidence collection. Yeah, that's going to be a problem. They were jealous. I mean, John's a good-looking guy who also is friends with a lot of the lady cop wives. I'm just saying.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, John does kind of seem like a catch. So I could possibly see them being a little like, I've known him longer and I deserve him more. I don't know. I'm just basing that off of nothing right now. Angie also says, really don't know if she hit him, but they need to prove it. Yeah. Proctor was removed from the Walsh case after trial 1. Okay. But still, they're removed. I mean, he was still there to investigate at the beginning, which is the crucial time for evidence. So,
yep.
We'll see.
I don't like any of it.
I will say that in that documentary, it was a small part. They did read some of these messages Proctor had with his cop buddies and his boss or whatever. Oh my God, Annie, wait till you read them or hear them. Oh my gosh, the things he says is appalling.
I heard they were bad.
Like, oh my gosh. Well, see, I only heard that he called her like the C word.
I knew I heard that he shared some different pictures of her, and then he called
said
her
he was looking for it. Well, he said he didn't say he was looking for them. He said he hasn't found any nudes yet. But he says some other things that is like, it doesn't. Why would you even say that? And as an officer, why would you even, like, that's the person you are, right? You're just talking to your buddies and your coworkers, and you think this is in privacy, and you are a garbage person.
Don't you know better?
Exactly. But see, when people do that, it's because they've been allowed to do that.
That's fair.
There's no one telling him, hey, it's not right. So then what do you think about the other people he was talking to? Because they all seemed fine with his conversation. I mean, his friend, one of the first questions was, is she hot? What?
Dudes.
Ugh. So, and yeah, they only played like 2 minutes of his testimony in the documentary. And I'm like sitting there being like, what the F? And then some of the stuff he tried to say, oh, it was a joke. Sir, it was not.
What? Bell said his supervisor was in that text group.
Yeah, they said one of his bosses. I didn't catch the role of that person, but I do remember them saying a boss. Yeah, dude. Not just the garbage he said about her, but he's talking about an ongoing investigation with childhood friends. It's ridiculous. It is so ridiculous. She said the police chief announced she's leaving in June, announced that after day 1 of trial, she started just a few days before all this happened. Yikes.
Wow.
Yikes. Well, if you think that this too is shoddy work by a state police organization, tonight at 9:00 on True Crime and Wine Time, which I will also be on tonight with JT and Terry, we are covering the case of Austin Lee Edwards. And let me tell you what, guess what? The Virginia State Police has some answers they need to give people. Okay. This guy was hired when he shouldn't have been, but I'm not going to give you any spoilers. It's a really kind of effed up story. So be sure you check us tonight. I know how to say words. Be sure to check us out tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern right here on True Crime and Wine on YouTube.
Oh my goodness.
I have not had that much coffee. I've had 3 sips of coffee because I poured it in the cup and it was too hot.
Water. Is your cup teal?
Yeah. You got it for me for my birthday.
I know, but for some reason I thought it was the lighting and I thought it was white. No, when I bought it. I just forgot.
No, it is.
Funny.
It is. It's our color. It's the color.
Uh-huh.
It's the show color. Oh my goodness.
Good morning, lady.
Hey, Buffy. Oh my gosh. So amazing. So you guys remember that clip yesterday?
Yes.
Of Buffy's reenaction, which is, I need her to tell me stories for everything now. I really do. It's brilliant. She's so brilliant and so funny. But Amos added some graphics to it, some visuals to the story last night. And it was so funny and so cute. I think Amos posted it on our social media. She hasn't yet. I know that she was planning on it. So you'll have to see it and give Buffy all the love because she's amazing. That's the best.
It was great.
Yeah, you're batshit crazy. I watched it so many times in a row. I love it so much. Whenever I'm sad, I'm going to play it because it brings me joy. When you move, the back of your chair at the top moves and looks like a crow or some kind of creature. Which one of us?
You, I think.
Me? Oh,
yeah, every once in a while, there's like a little slab.
My chair. Well, I don't know. I will say this green screen is obnoxious and weird and annoying. But maybe I do have a pet crow. What? I don't know where Pickle Tits is. Oh, Pickle Tits is over there. There's a star. She is budding star. Me. Okay, so it was me. It moves to oh, look at that. Now I see what you're saying. It does look like a crow.
Yep.
Cool. Sorry. It's not a crow though. I hate birds. So don't worry about me.
Really?
I'm terrified of birds.
I did not know that about you.
Yes. Terrified of birds. Not
added to the Llama knowledge list.
Not as much of snakes, but like it's very close. Very close. I mean,
interesting.
They can fly. I can't fly. And they have those little beaks that could go right in your eye. And I'm pretty sure they smell. They've been around for so freaking long. Like little birds or big birds, doesn't matter.
So you thought I was crazy when I was talking about training the ravens that we have here.
Oh, no, I don't think it's crazy. Like, I wish I wasn't afraid of birds to train ravens.
I am so excited. I told my hubby about it, and he was like, do not do that. Don't.
Why?
And you know what? I told him out of love because I'm going to do it, and it was a warning to him to not make them mad.
Exactly.
So
he's nervous that you're going to turn them against everything. Ravens and crows are so smart. That's what I was telling Annie. I was like, they have like the minds of like a 7 or 9-year-old, which doesn't seem that advanced, but it really is. Mm-hmm. And they're birds, but you can like train them to bring you money. They find out in the world, and they'll bring you money back. They'll bring you gifts if you feed them.
I'm so excited to have Annie's Raven Army. We're gonna have, what is it? We're gonna have snails and ravens and cats and.
I believe ravens. It's called a conspiracy of ravens.
That is even better. And is it? It's a murder of crows.
Yeah, I think it's murder of crows and conspiracy of ravens.
I mean,
that's how smart they are.
Conspiracy,
right? That's how smart they are. They can plan conspiracies or whatever.
So excited.
But there is a ghost crow. I'm sorry to creep you out, Bells. I'm sorry. Yeah, if you haven't hit the like button, please do. It lets everyone know that we're live and watching and brings them in here to watch and see us and whatever crazy nonsense we get into today. You never know, because basically we're just improving the whole thing. So Who knows? But yeah, I support you in your conspiracy of crows adventures. Just don't send them to my house. Okay, great. Sorry, I'm gonna have one of these little.
Slowly eating my apples.
Sorry, I probably was just chewing that right in the microphone. Sorry, everybody. But yeah, I am terrified of birds. Not a fan. Okay.
Mine are ants. Hate ants. Passionately hate ants. I'm okay with spiders. I'm okay with snakes. So like the big two, but ants, I can't do them.
That's so interesting because they don't hurt you in any way except for what.
But
like,
they
the
can
one
be
time.
anywhere and you don't know. Like I stepped in a pile an ant, but this is not my origin story. I stepped in an ant pile one time and I didn't know it, and they were like, I mean, everywhere, and I didn't know until it was too late.
Oh.
But you don't know. You don't know.
And I think ants is the largest population of anything in the world. Like,
my dad got pied in the face one time at a 4th of July event, and nobody saw. It was kind of dusk. Nobody saw that I think it was key lime pie was infested with red ants, fire ants. And yeah, so he also has a thing with ants. So we would drive around and set them on fire, like the big pile.
Oh my goodness. No wonder there's a big pile. You're setting them on fire. They're all running around.
Yeah, we get massive piles.
Wow. I do hear ants are more of a problem in the South than I think they are here, probably because of weather and stuff. The whole that's true. I did see the pictures, Bells. I have never seen that many ants inside in my life. So I do get that. Here, it's not so much.
I'm not afraid of them, but I was so disgusted. I'm still disgusted by them that I couldn't see the word when I was a kid because it would like wig me out. I don't know how normal that is, but
they still use those in the hospital and stuff.
For what? For like infections?
Yeah.
I would just
like live one. I read that the other day. I read the worst Reddit thread ever. It was like, what is your most? They were so sorry. It was. We won't talk about that anymore. Then it's too early for that. Let's not do that to the Brigid lady. Anyway, be careful what you read on Reddit because I went down a 2-hour rabbit hole of like the grossest medical things that you've seen at your job, and it was
ew. Apples are good though.
Yes, Polly, they do, and it was unplanned. Completely unplanned. I literally picked this shirt because it was on the top of my laundry basket. I was like, all right, this will do. Yeah, we're just opposites a little bit. It's so stupid. We're so cute.
Right. We're so cute.
Twinsies. So Beth said that, they're going to try to start probably at 9, and we do not have a ceiling fan yet. So, cool.
I'll sigh in her direction.
And I am a master sigher. I lie. I sigh all the time. Who was on the stand yesterday when we wrapped up? I forget. Yesterday was a blur. I have so many conversations during the day that I get them all jumbled.
We started with Carrie was the first one on the stand, right? Because they ended her yesterday. Peggy was on the stand.
Then we had the phone guy. Yeah,
the super questionable
phone guy.
Was that the 32,000 text one?
Yeah.
Yeah. Whose name I just don't remember.
You know what? I can just look at our banner from yesterday. Daniel Whitley, the Canton Fire Department guy. That was our last name. I forgot. I could have just looked
the fire chief, maybe, or the
yeah, something like that. The text guy, his name started with a G. Guarino. He collected
Guarino.
Guarino. I can pull up my witness list here because I need to do that anyway.
Daniel Whitley.
Yeah. Nicholas Guarino, he did the celebrate on John's cell phone, but he did not present anything from the cell phone. He was basically just, talking about how they do it, just laying some
Waste
or
of
whatever.
testimony.
Ooh, we got a ceiling fan. It's just a ceiling fan, but we got it, so that's important. Yeah, and he was the guy that also was apparently responsible for finding text messages in the Sarah Birchmore case and said he couldn't find any. And there were also, I want to say, like 30,000 in that. So, that guy. Name recognition stuff. Blessed assurance. Hello and good morning. Welcome.
Good morning.
I'll believe she accidentally hit him as soon as the cadaver dogs check the Alberts Ford edges. The plow driver said there was a Ford Edge parked in front of the body after 3 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
I did see something about the snowplow driver in the documentary. By the way, blessed assurance, good morning and welcome. Oh, there's Bev. I'm excited for him to take the stand. He looks like a cool guy.
All right, so I was told council wanted to see me.
There we go.
Good morning. Okay.
Can you have the volume booster up, Amy?
For rebuttal, like post for responding. Okay.
In our case, for both sides.
Okay. What's your position, Ms. Little? You want to?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Brennan, is there any reason not to?
I need to give it some thought. I'm not willing to agree. I'll abide by whatever the court thinks is fair.
So why don't you think about it? We'll address
Heard
it
her
later.
sigh.
Today. Okay. There's no expert testimony today, right?
It's not.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Sure. Is that it? Ready to bring the jury in? You wanted a ruling on the
This is our favorite
clip from
part.
yesterday?
I did.
All right. You can play it.
Thank you.
All right. So
He can play that second clip. Even though I do not believe that his argument was for what? Consciousness of guilt. I don't believe that. I don't believe that
baloney.
I don't believe that clip is any sort of consciousness of guilt, because it's the one where she's talking about what her mom said, or I'm sorry, John's mom, Peggy, said over when they were all at John's house, something like, well, it looks, and she's doing a mocking tone. I'm trying to impersonate Karen here, but she did it in a very mocking tone of, and it looks like he was hit by a car and some other things, but she, in my opinion, was just kind of mocking and repeating what Peggy said. So I don't really agree with that, but I'm also not a judge. But did you hear that sigh? Because I did.
Oh my goodness. I'm sorry, Kitty.
Maybe I am qualified to be a judge. I could do that all day. Okay, I do that all day. Anyway.
You do.
But yeah, apparently, so there is a plow driver. And that was like, I didn't see nothing. So
Hi, elbow feet.
Good morning, elbow feet. Look at his goober picture, his goober profile picture. He's such a goober. I love his stupid face. I tell him that all the time. It's from Doctor Who.
Bobby got to bed until like 3:30, so I don't know what time he's going to be awake.
Oof. Well, I'm definitely doing much better today than being up this early than I did yesterday. So, an improvement. Next time, Llama has a show idea. And she says, yeah, let's do it early in the morning.
That's totally going to work.
Yeah, it'll be great, guys. Don't listen to her.
You're doing great. Don't listen to her.
Don't listen to ambitious Llama and her nonsense. Signing us all up for this. What else did I see in there that struck me as interesting? Oh, they did play a clip of Jen McCabe, who we have not seen yet in trial number 2. And if anybody is new, please hit that like button. And also, Annie and I did not watch the first trial. So if we kind of sound like we don't know what we're talking about, it's because we don't. But they played a few clips of Jen McCabe's testimony. Oh boy. Is she something, Annie?
I can't wait. No, ma'am, that's not your drink.
She is intense.
I can't wait.
Intense and like aggressive. Oh, it's our favorite part, I think. Oh, slow pan down. So dramatic. Boston 10. I love it.
Mommy. You're a good cat.
Oh, let me let my dogs in. Oh, no, wait. I'm going to wait. I don't want to miss my favorite part.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, now holding in Dedham within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
I love the dramatics.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
All right. Good morning again, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. I have to ask you those same 3 questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we were here yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here yesterday? No. Everyone said no or should be. Thank you very much. Can we bring Mr. Whitley back in, please? Ms. Giannetti, you can step up to the podium.
She sounds really considerate and nice to the jury, Bells. Her tone is different, much less sighing and frustration.
Sir, I'll remind you, you're still on the road. Thank you.
Interesting. A lot of judges end up or were public defenders.
Mr. Whitley, yesterday you testified that when Karen Reed was brought to the hospital, she didn't want to get into a hospital Johnny and she didn't want to give a urine sample. Do you recall that testimony?
I do.
It was clear to you that her reluctance to cooperate at that time was because she very much wanted to check on John's progress and status at the hospital, correct?
No, I don't believe that to be the case.
Well, you testified before the grand jury regarding this matter 3 years ago, didn't you?
I don't believe I said that she was
I
reluctant.
didn't ask you that question. You testified before the grand jury 3 years ago, didn't you?
I testified before the grand jury 3 years ago.
You were under oath then, as you're under oath today, correct?
Correct.
You swore to tell the truth.
I am telling the truth.
You swore to tell the truth in 2022 before the grand jury, did you not?
I did.
That was less than 3 months after you brought Karen Reed to the hospital, didn't you?
Yeah.
And your memory of what happened at the hospital was very good in April of 2022, right?
As good as today?
Your memory in April of 2022 was very good, wasn't it?
It was very good as it is today.
Okay, so you want to add the as it is today, despite the fact that you weren't asked that question. Is that right?
Objection.
Sustained.
All right. When questioned by Mr. Lally at the grand jury, you were asked the following question.
Sir,
So
it
what
is 9 a.m.
interaction did you have with her, meaning Ms. Reed, at the hospital once you were there? You remember that question, right?
I do.
And your answer was, after that, I helped escort her down to, they call it the psych hallway, where they have rooms set up for psychiatric patients for their evaluation. And then she was unhappy that she wasn't able to see him, meaning John. And she kept trying to. She didn't want to get into a hospital Johnny. She didn't want to, I believe, give a urine sample. She was not, the nurses were asking her to do certain things that every patient has to do, and she was not cooperating with them. Do you remember that answer?
I do.
So 3 years ago, when you testified about this issue of giving a urine sample, you testified under oath that you believed that she didn't want to give a urine sample, correct?
Correct.
Yesterday, 3 years later, you testified with certainty that she didn't want to give them, right?
Yeah, she was giving them a hard time about having to give a urine sample.
Right. No, I'm asking you about your testimony yesterday in contrast to the grand jury, sir.
Okay.
To the extent that I ask yes or no question, I'd like yes or no answers.
So
okay?
no instructions to the witness, Ms.
Your
Giannetti.
Honor, may
Ask
the
a
witness be
question.
instructed to answer the question yes or no if it calls for a yes or no question. Answer.
Starting
Answer
off
the
this morning
question.
hot.
That's asked of you. Okay.
Okay.
So go ahead, ask a question.
Good morning, 80s.
You testified yesterday that she didn't want to give a urine sample without saying it was your belief that she didn't want to give one, correct?
Correct.
In any case, were you aware that when she was asked to give a urine sample, that Ms. Reed had gotten her period and did not have a tampon?
I was aware she was on her period, yes.
You're also aware that when somebody is brought to the hospital for a Section 12, they have no privacy. Isn't that right?
They have medical privacy. Either the tech or the nurse would be with the patient at all times.
Okay. With them at all times, observing them at all times, correct?
So they wouldn't be, she wasn't in like a hallway open to the public.
Understood, sir. But she also, when I said privacy, what I was asking is, she was not allowed to go to the bathroom alone to give a urine sample, correct?
She was a psychiatric patient.
Right. So she would have to use the bathroom in front of hospital personnel or some medical personnel with people watching her while she was on her period with no tampon, correct?
I would understand that to be true.
All right. And you're aware that she did cooperate and eventually give a blood sample as well, correct?
I'm not aware of a blood sample, but urine sample, yes.
She did give the urine sample.
Correct.
Right. Now, in your testimony yesterday, you discussed the topic of your memory of what Karen Reed may have asked you about John surviving in the snow with light clothing. You remember those questions?
I remember asking about not having a jacket, correct?
Now, starting at the end of the day, when I cross-examined you yesterday, I asked you about that topic and I said to you, you mentioned something about hypothermia, that you assumed you may have been dealing with a hypothermia situation. And your answer was, well, she said that he had been out in the snow without a jacket for many hours, correct?
I love that.
Correct.
But
Send them the
before I
link.
cross-examined you at the end of the day yesterday, you previously testified 3 times about this topic, correct?
I believe it would be the grand jury and the previous trial.
Right, and direct examination when Mr. Brennan was asking you questions before I stood up, correct?
Okay, yes.
Let's start with the first time you testified about this topic back in 2022. That was, again, less than 3 months after you had a conversation with Ms. Reed at the scene on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
Her statements and questions to you at the scene were fresh in your mind in April of 2022, correct?
Correct.
In April of 2022, before the grand jury, Mr. Lally asked you, quote, what, if any, questions did she ask you regarding hypothermia? Do you remember that question?
I do.
Your answer was, she was just wondering if he could have survived outside in the cold even though he didn't have a jacket on. Do you remember giving that answer?
I do.
Nowhere in that answer in 2022, less than 3 months after these events, do you attribute the words, quote, many hours, end quote, in the snow to Ms. Reed, correct?
Yes, I was not.
I'm not asking for an explanation, sir. I'm asking for an answer.
All right.
Yes,
So
there
he
you
was
go.
answering you, Mr.
My
Yannetti.
question called for a yes or no answer. Nowhere in your answer in 2022 do you attribute the words many hours in the snow to Ms. Reed, yes or no?
You're right.
No, I did not say that at that point.
Nowhere in your answer in 2022 do you testify that Ms. Reed told you he had actually been in the snow for many hours, correct?
She did. At that-
Sir, I'm asking you about your testimony.
I object.
So let him answer the question.
Let me ask it again. Nowhere in your answer in 2022 did you testify that Ms. Reed told you he had actually been in the snow for many hours, correct?
In 2022, I testified that I was just told to be brief and give generalizations. She quantified many hours in the snow when we were in back of the
Let me try this again,
So,
sir.
Ms. Giannetti, you're just saying 2022. Get to a date
Of course,
and a
yes.
place.
April of 2022, okay, before the grand jury. My question again, and I'm still seeking a yes or no answer from you, okay? Nowhere in your answer in April of 2022, before the grand jury, did you
question.
testify under oath that Ms. Reed told you that John had actually been in the snow for many hours, correct?
Not in 2022 of April. No.
Okay. The next time you testified under oath was last year in 2024, correct?
Correct.
During that testimony, Mr. Lally asked you, oh, by the way, so 2022 is no mention of many hours, right?
I did not, and I was told to be brief on the grand jury stand.
But again, no mention of
Right.
many hours in 2022. Okay. Now, 2024, last year, Mr. Lally asked you, so firefighter Whitley, at some point, specific to your conversations with the defendant, Ms. Reed, can you describe sort of her demeanor or any observations you made in relation to that as you were speaking with her? And your answer was, yes, she was very upset. She kept asking if there was any chance. She kept asking us if we knew if the person ambulance 1 had transported was alive or dead, and we could not speak to that. She asked if somebody could be alive in the snow without a jacket for many hours, correct?
Correct.
So 2022, there was no mention of many hours. 2024, over time, now that's the first time that you mention the words many hours in your testimony regarding this case, correct?
Correct.
Right? And when you testified last year, you testified still that she was asking you a question about surviving in the snow, correct?
Correct.
So then we come to yesterday on direct examination. Do you recall that Mr. Brennan yesterday asked you, before you left, were you having any conversations with the defendant? And you answered yes. Recall that yesterday?
Is that at the hospital?
I'm asking you yesterday, do you recall Mr. Brennan asking you before you left essentially the scene, were you having any conversations with the defendant? And your answer was yes.
You're talking about Lee, I'm just trying to make sure we're talking about the same instance. Are we talking about when we left the hospital or when we left Fairview Road?
When you were at Fairview Road, leaving Fairview Road, we're talking about the same subject of what Ms. Reed supposedly told you or asked you. Okay, Mr. Brennan went into that with you.
So on the way to, you're talking on the way to the hospital in terms of left, when we left.
Well, before you left, he meant before you left the scene.
Okay, no, I'm just trying to clarify.
Again, the same conversation, Mr. Whitley. I'm not
So,
trying to trick you.
Ms. Giannetti, he just asked for a point of reference. It's clear. Now go.
Understood. And Mr. Brennan said, can you share with the jury what those conversations were about? And your answer was,
Yikes.
so we were talking, she was upset. She kept asking if there was any chance her husband could be alive, even sitting outside in the snow without any coat for many hours. Do you recall that answer that you gave yesterday on direct examination?
Yes.
And that was the first time that you mentioned that she said, supposedly, or asked supposedly, about him sitting outside in the snow, correct?
I was just using phrases generally speaking.
Not my question.
I wasn't at that point I was paraphrasing. I was not speaking verbatim to what she said.
Let's try that again. That was the first time that you mentioned that she claimed or asked that he was sitting outside, correct?
It could have been sitting, laying, being.
Let's try it a third time.
So
Was that-
just ask the question, not let's try it.
Sure.
Let's try it.
Was that the first
He's so
time
feisty this
that you
morning.
testified under
Ready,
oath
go.
that Ms. Reed said or asked about him sitting outside?
Are you asking me to clarify whether she used the
I'm not
word
asking you
sitting?
to clarify anything. I'm asking you whether that was the first time yesterday during direct examination that you mentioned that she asked about him sitting outside.
I'm sorry. I am very confused because I'm trying to figure out if he was being outside, sitting outside.
I'm asking you about Ms. Reed's statements, sir. That's all I've been asking you about. Her
Okay.
statements to you and your testimony about her statements to you. Was yesterday on direct examination the first time that you testified under oath that Ms. Reed mentions the words sitting outside?
I don't know.
All right.
I'm just using. She might have said laying outside, being outside, outside.
Okay. So when you testified yesterday before this jury
Yes.
that she mentioned the
Being very
words
spicy
sitting
today.
outside, you're now saying that that might not have been accurate, correct?
It could have been a different word.
Okay. But you didn't say it could have been a different word yesterday. You just left it as sitting outside, correct?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
what I said. Sitting.
All right. So now we get from, the grand jury with many hours mentioned to questions about many hours to sitting outside to let's talk about what you said on cross-examination.
I object.
Okay, the objection sustained.
Sure. On cross-examination, your words were, she said he had been out in the snow without a jacket on for many hours, correct?
She had asked if he had been outside, if there was any chance he could be alive, even though he was outside without a jacket for many hours.
So it always was a question, correct?
It was a question.
She never said what you said on cross-examination yesterday, which was she said that he had been out in the snow without a jacket on for many hours. That was not a declarative statement by Ms. Reed, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Was that a declarative statement by Ms. Reed?
She asked if he could be alive without a jacket in the snow for many
All right.
hours.
So it was a question, sir.
She asked me, and we were just trying to give her hope in terms of telling stories of hypothermic patients that could survive outside.
I want you to say it was a question, sir.
Okay, is there any redirect?
Briefly.
Okay.
You guys having a rough morning. Oh boy.
When you were called to the grand jury, was the testimony as in depth and as long as it is in front of this jury?
No, not even close.
When you're recounting your memories of what happened, do you memorize word for word what you've said in the past?
Objection.
As to that form, it's sustained.
When you're recounting the past, do you record your statements personally?
Objection.
Yes.
I'm going to let that word. Do you record your statements?
No.
Next question.
When you testified in the grand jury, page 90, line 15, and you said the defendant told you, I'm upset if he dies, I want to die. And then you later testify last year, and you said, if my husband dies, I want to die. Do you notice the little differences between those phrases?
I do.
Is that you making up words?
No.
Is that you trying to help a case?
Objection.
As to form, that's sustained.
Are you inventing facts?
No.
Sir, when you were recounting what happened that day, are you using your best memory?
Objection.
When you were asked
No,
by the defendant
not at all. Just showed up this way.
about how long, or someone out in the snow without a jacket for many hours, do you remember that conversation with her?
I do.
Where were you during that conversation?
We were in the back of the ambulance.
Do you remember it distinctly?
I remember it distinctly. She was looking at me.
When you tried to give her hope and comfort and you told her stories about other situations where people, maybe children, have fallen through the ice and had hypothermia.
That's right. It's a
Did
stripy
you have
day.
that conversation with her in trying to comfort her?
I did.
Do you remember that conversation?
I do.
Did you
Good morning,
necessarily share those
Captain.
conversations with the grand jury?
I don't recall if I did or I didn't.
Did you ever write that in your report?
No,
Is it something you typically put everything in your report?
no, we do not write. Generally, we only write patient complaint, what happened, what they did, not their opinions or anything like that to what's going on.
Do you have any interest in the outcome of this case?
I do not.
How long have you been a firefighter for?
Since March of 2006, and an EMT since November of 2002.
Over 20 years.
Correct.
You said that you live near Kerry Roberts?
I do.
You've been to a block party for the kids where you've brought the fire engine down?
I do.
I'm going to allow it.
When you're at that block party, do you ever step out and have secret meetings with Kerry Roberts trying to corroborate some conspiracy on their behalf?
No. No.
Put your career on the line?
Objection.
No further questions.
Any follow-up, Ms. Giannetti?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Firefighter Whitley. you are on.
They're going this hard at these witnesses, which these are not the high stake witnesses, right? They're just EMTs, firefighters. I mean, they're not even the big ones, and they're going this hard. Oh, they're going to go so hard on the other ones. I can't wait.
And his mother leans over the kitchen island and says to me, I think he looks like he got hit by a car. He looks like he got hit by a car.
All right, who's your next witness, Mr. Brennan?
Next witness is Jean DeMulis.
All right, let me see how to spell this name. Jean Dumas.
Okay.
Dumas. Right? Is that what they said? Oh, Jean DeMulis, keeper of record for something. Okay.
Yeah, she let all of that in.
Jean DeMulis. Keeper of records. What a funny title. Keeper of records for who, though? Oh, just a civilian witness. Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, I thought that was everybody's favorite. Definitely.
You tell me the evidence given to the court and jury in the case.
I agree.
The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. You can scooch in close to the microphone. Thanks.
May I proceed?
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Jean DeMulis. I am the general manager at CF McCarthy's in Canton.
I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, if you would, please.
Sure.
Thank you.
You said you're the general manager at CF McCarthy's?
In Canton, yes.
Thank you. How long have you been the general manager at CF McCarthy's in Canton for?
Oh, that's the
6
bar.
Can you briefly describe for the jury what CF McCarthy's is?
It is a restaurant and bar.
At CF McCarthy's, is there a video surveillance system inside?
Yes.
Who owns that video surveillance system?
CF McCarthy's.
Are you familiar with the video system?
Yes.
Have you ever looked at it before?
Yes.
Do you employ people to help the establishment with the video system?
No.
You maintain it on your own?
Yes.
At some point, were you visited by somebody from the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes.
Were you asked whether or not they could view some of your video surveillance?
Yes.
Do you remember the date? Not the date they came to visit you, the date that they were looking for.
I don't know if that's
I
how you spell
believe it was
CF McCarthy's. You can let me know, chat.
28th, 27th, 28th of
Around that
2022.
time?
Yes.
Did you allow access to the video system?
Yes.
Did you oversee that access to the video system?
Yes.
Was it a state police officer?
It was two state police detectives.
Do you remember their names?
I remember one of the detectives' names. I do not remember the other detective.
The one you remember, could you share the name?
It was Detective Buchnick, Yuri.
Detective Yuri Buchnick.
Yes.
At some point, was he allowed to download information from the surveillance system?
Yes.
Did you watch him do that?
Yes, I did.
At some point, have you been able to briefly look at some of that download?
Yes.
And does it appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of the surveillance or the area of your bar?
Yes.
Move to introduce.
Okay, there's no objection, Ms. Giannetti.
There is no objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Yes. All the reenactments and snark.
Your Honor,
Gotta
may I
give the
please
audience
take
what they
small
demand.
portions?
Sure.
Thank you. Ma'am, I'm going to show you just some random shots from this video, but I want to know if you recognize it. Is this the inside of CF McCarthy's?
Yes.
I'm not asking if you have any particular knowledge or information about that night. I just want to know is this a fair and accurate depiction of what CF McCarthy's looks like?
Yes.
Has there been any substantive, significant changes to the inside of that establishment
No.
since this video was taken?
No.
Okay. Thank you, Ms.
How do
Gilman.
people even get in and out of
I have
that
no
one
further
table?
questions.
Okay.
I have no questions.
All right.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, well. All right, that was the end of Jean. That was quick, but okay.
Your next witness, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you. Brigid Meehan.
Brigid. Okay.
I've never heard that it said that way.
Wait till you see how it's spelled. I bet she's from the other bar.
Good morning. Good morning.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now hearing to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do. Good morning. Good morning.
May I proceed?
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
My name is Brigid Meehan.
Where do you work?
I work at the Waterfall Bar and Grill in Canton.
The name maybe tells us a little bit about it, but could you just share a couple lines of what the Waterfall Bar and Grill is?
It's a small family-owned business in Canton. It's in a mixed condo complex.
Are you involved in the ownership of it?
Yes.
How long have you been involved with the Waterfall Bar and Grill?
We've been there approximately 10 years.
Do you help run the establishment?
Yes, I do.
And you were running the establishment back on January 28, 2022? At some point, were you asked or visited to see if your establishment had video surveillance of the inside?
I was.
Does your establishment have video surveillance of the inside?
It does.
Do you have a camera and a server?
Do I have? Yes, I do.
Did you provide video surveillance to the Massachusetts State Police from that night, January 28, 2022?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'd like to move this in as an exhibit, please.
Okay. Ms. Giannetti?
With the court's permission.
Yes.
I wonder if we're getting these bar videos today.
Ma'am, I'm going to show you just a brief clip. Okay, stop, please. Do you see that video?
I do.
Does that depict the inside of McCarthy's? I'm sorry, the Waterfall?
Yes.
I'm trying to switch establishments on you. Back on January 28, 2022, does that look the way it looked then?
Yes.
Has there been any significant changes inside since then?
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay. All right, Ms. Meehan.
Thank you.
All right, well,
And I'll get that coming down.
cool.
All right, your next witness, Mr. Brennan.
Commonwealth calls Mike Camerano.
Ty. Who is this person?
The hubby's making coffee.
Mm. What a good Mr. Annie.
I know.
You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you.
Good morning.
May I?
Please.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, good morning. My name is Michael Camerano.
Oh, I swear I said
Camerano, can I
Ty.
ask how old you are? I'm sorry.
Spell your last name.
Camerano.
And so if you could either move the microphone down a little bit or speak up, or maybe a combination of both, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Could I ask you how old you are?
48,
Where do you live?
Canton, Mass.
How long have you lived in Canton for?
Me and my wife have lived there for 20 years. Me and my wife have lived there for 20 years. We have 2 children.
How old are your children, sir?
My daughter is 17. My son is 14.
Did you know John O'Keefe?
Yes.
Okay.
How did you know him?
I met John for the first time at his sister's they had a benefit for his sister in 2013. I met John there for the first time. Then years later, our kids got involved with sports together, and they became very close. As they became close, I became very close with John and his family.
Was your daughter close with John's niece?
Yes.
Was your son close with?
Yes.
Did you spend a lot of time together through sports and socially?
Yes, we did.
I want to take you forward to January 28th of 2022.
Okay.
Do you remember that day?
Yes.
Had you, without any discussion of what might have been said, did you have any discussions with John that day?
Yes.
Did you have a plan?
Yes, we were communicating.
At some point, did you decide that you were going to spend some time or go meet John?
Yes. That Friday, my daughter and his daughter, they got acceptance letters to school. So we wanted to get them together so they could enjoy the time together. And, just, go over like how it would be so much fun, something new, different. Yeah, so we were going to meet up after I got out of work.
Was your daughter planning to go to a new school?
Yes.
Where?
Bishop Fan.
And how about his niece?
Same.
They both
about
got
his
accepted.
niece?
to
They
the
both
same
got
school?
accepted to the same school.
Was it a celebratory mood?
Yes.
Did you have a plan to bring the children together so they could celebrate?
Yes, we did.
And then separately, you were going to meet John and celebrate?
Correct.
Where did you drop your daughter off?
I dropped my daughter off at John. I went into John's. I was at the house with John and the girls, and we had a little celebration. Talked about how nice it's going to be, fun, change, different, meet new people.
And you celebrated at John's house before you went out?
Correct.
After the celebration with your children, did you and John leave?
Yes.
During that celebration, was there anybody there other than you, John, and your two daughters?
No. No. Karen was not there.
Was there anybody else there?
Nope, just the two girls, myself and John.
What was the weather like that night?
It was cold. It was not snowing yet.
Was there an expectation?
Yes, there was an expectation. Yes,
What was that?
that there was going to be a big snowstorm coming in.
A storm was coming.
Yes.
When you left, did you leave in a separate car than John, or did you leave together?
No, we left together. John got in my car and we were leaving. We're going to leave.
Where were the girls?
The girls are in the house, stayed in the house.
They were staying at John's house?
Yes, correct.
Where did you go?
We went to see if McCarthy's.
When you got there, did you know anybody who was there other than you and John?
At that time, no.
Did you spend time at CF McCarthy's?
Yes.
Were you drinking?
Yes.
Was John drinking?
Yes.
Alcohol?
Yes.
How long were you there for?
A couple hours.
While you were there, did anybody come and meet you that you knew?
Yes.
Who?
A friend. And then Karen came in.
The friend?
Yes.
What was the friend's name?
Kurt.
And then how long after you first got there was it that the defendant arrived?
I would like to say within an hour, so not 100% sure.
You said back home it was a celebratory mood. Was it still a celebratory mood at McCarthy's?
Yes.
When the defendant arrived, did she spend time with you and John?
I've talked briefly to her, and her and John were mostly talking.
Okay. You didn't see any issues?
No.
It was a normal night?
Seemed to be, yes.
As far as you could see?
Yes.
And you saw John drinking?
Yes.
Did you see the defendant drinking?
I saw her with a glass, yes.
Did you leave at the same time that John left?
No, I did not.
When you left, was John still at the establishment?
Yes.
When you left, was the defendant still with him?
Yes.
Why did you leave?
I left because I got a phone call. My son was playing hockey in the backyard, and he got hit with a stick and lost his tooth.
Oh. Where did you go?
I went to my son's friend's house.
Do you know about what time that was when you went to see your son?
I would like to say 9:30, in between 9:30 and 10.
You didn't go back to McCarthy's that night, did you?
No, I did not.
After you helped your son, where did you go next?
I went to pick up my daughter, Madeline,
Did you go?
at John's house.
Did you go in John's house?
No, I did not.
When you got to John's house, did your daughter come out?
No. We went to the side door
Okay.
and rang the doorbell.
And then what happened?
And then my daughter came to the door.
Where did you go?
From there, we left and went home.
When you went home, had the weather changed at all?
It was cool. It might have been flurrying at that time.
No accumulation?
No.
You got home?
Yes.
Did you do anything significant when you got home?
Put the kids to bed, my son, and no, I went to bed.
What's the next thing you remember happening?
Waking up to, I missed some phone calls
Who were the missed phone calls from?
from my wife and Karen.
What did you do?
I called my wife.
After speaking to your wife, what did you do?
I got in my car and drove to John's house.
About what time was this?
In between maybe 5 and 6 a.m.
What was your mood at that point?
I was panicked.
Why did you go to John's house?
Because I went to get Kaylee.
Did you know if she was alone?
Yes,
How long did it take you to get to John's house?
maybe 5-7 minutes.
When you get to John's house, what do you see?
I pull in the driveway. I see that the garage door is open. I go in through the garage door. I don't know if Kaylee was standing there, if the door, she came out the door, and I asked her, if she needed anything, she could get in my car and stay warm.
When you first saw Kaylee, what did she look like?
She looked distraught.
Did you try to help her?
Well, I think I just said everything will be okay.
Did she come with you?
Yes,
Where are you going?
to my house.
So what happens?
So we go to my house, and my daughter's up, and the two girls they were hanging downstairs, just hanging out, just being kids. And then, I don't know, a couple hours later, maybe, Paul called me and asked me to bring Kaylee home.
Did you know anything at that point?
I did, yes.
You did or didn't?
At that point, I did when Paul had told me.
So what do you do?
Ask Madeline and Kaylee if I say, Madeline, we come for the ride. I don't say anything to Kaylee, and we get in the car, and I start heading back to John's house.
And you didn't say anything to Kaylee?
No, I didn't. I just said everything will be all right. She had a feeling.
Why do you say that?
She didn't want to go home.
So what happens next?
So I pull in the driveway, and I remember Paul and Papa standing. I think they were standing at the side door, and we just embraced.
Did you stay?
No, not long. No.
Did you go back?
I was to the house. I went back to my house.
Did you go back to John's house?
I did the next day. Yes, I was there.
When you went back, were there people there?
Yes,
Many?
there was people coming and going.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Camerano.
Good morning.
This is quite painful for you to remember the events of January 28th, is it not?
Yes,
You were very close with your friend John O'Keefe, correct?
I was close with them. Yes,
And you actually met Karen Reed through John, correct?
correct.
After meeting Karen, you spent a good amount of time with both Karen and John, correct?
Correct.
As of January 28th of 2022, you had known Karen for maybe about a year or so,
Sounds correct.
and you'd see them especially on Fridays, correct?
Correct.
That would be sort of the day that you get together with both of them often.
Yes,
And of course, your children spent a lot of time with John and Karen, right?
correct.
You entrusted both Karen and John with your kids.
Yes,
Sometimes your kids would even go on vacation with Karen and John, right?
I don't know why
they
he's
did
here.
go to the Cape. Yes,
Sometimes you'd see Karen without John at your house or on a ball field. And your daughter in particular would sometimes spend time with just Karen without John, correct?
correct.
Your daughter would sometimes go over to Karen's house in Mansfield when she lived there, correct?
Correct.
And obviously, when your daughter would go to Karen's house in Mansfield, Karen would be the one in charge of caring for her, correct?
Correct.
And you were fine with that because you liked and you trusted Karen, right?
Correct.
And
Oh,
in your
look who's
Karen
here.
was very good
Mama
with
Llama's
kids,
here.
right?
Correct.
Hi.
But you also had the opportunity to see Karen and John together, right?
Yes.
You saw how they interacted with each other over that year period that you knew Karen?
Yes.
You saw how they got along?
Yes.
And you never observed any arguments or bickering, correct?
I mean, they argued and bickered.
You had previously testified that you wouldn't even call it arguing, you just call it banter, right?
Yes. I mean, he would, I mean, no, he would get upset or like over if she bought expensive things for the kids.
Right.
Yes. Yes.
We will get to that. That would be the one thing that John would complain about, Karen buying like very nice things for his niece and nephew, right?
Correct.
Or he
Oh, look at that.
complained
Thanks
if,
for
if
becoming a
Karen
member,
was
Mom.
taking his niece and other girls to get their nails done, like extravagances like that.
Correct.
And one specific memory you have is when Karen bought his niece a very expensive sweater, right?
Correct.
And you recall John telling you that he wished that she hadn't done that because he considered that to be spoiling the girl, correct?
Yes.
But it was very clear to you from your observations that Karen really, really liked John. I'm sorry, John really, really liked Karen, right?
Sustained.
He certainly never told you or even suggested he was thinking about or planning to break up with Karen, right?
No.
Okay, so with regard to that Friday night, January 28th, sir, the plan was for you and John to go to McCarthy's to have some drinks because there was a storm coming in, correct? And because of the celebration of the girls getting into Bishop Fen?
Well, yeah, we were going out. It wasn't a continuation of the celebration of the girls. We were going out to have a few beers as guys.
Okay. And when you were leaving the house, John asked you to move your car, right?
Correct.
Where was your car when John asked you to move it that night?
Actually, I backed up my car. We were leaving the driveway, and John asked me to stop so he could move his car.
I see.
I don't know why we got
And he
two of
wanted
those,
you
but okay.
to move your car because of the storm coming in, and you wanted Karen to be able to pull her car into the garage, right?
Correct.
And that was really thoughtful of him, wasn't it?
Yes, extremely.
And it
I
showed
see.
you that he was being chivalrous toward Karen that night, right?
Thanks, Mom.
Yes.
He didn't want Karen to be out in the heavy snow later when she returned to his house during the expected blizzard, right?
Sustained.
You took from that there was an expectation that Karen would be coming back to his house, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You had no inkling that day that anything was wrong between Karen and John, correct?
No.
Everything seemed fine between the two of them, right?
Yes, he did mention though that night that he didn't understand why Karen had a plumber go to the house.
Because he had somebody that could have done that work instead of paying for the plumber, right?
Well, yes.
Okay.
And
but in any case, the plan was for Karen to meet up with the two of you, right?
What a
Yes.
bee.
And she did show up to
Buying expensive
McCarthy's
clothes
at about 8:30
and hiring a
p.m. or so.
plumber. What a bee.
yes, I guess if
And-
that's the time.
And you saw an affection.
I'm sorry, what was the answer that you
If
said?
that was the time, I'm not sure about the timeline.
Okay. It was sometime after you had
Yes.
gotten there. Right.
Correct.
But you do remember when Karen arrived, there was an affectionate greeting between John and Karen, right?
Yes.
You saw them kiss, right?
Yes.
You saw John put his arm around Karen,
Correct.
and you saw that Karen sort of nestled into his embrace.
Correct.
And when she did that, that's when he kissed her, correct?
Yes,
And they seemed happy to see each other, did they not?
they did.
That night they were affectionate,
Yes.
laughing,
Yes.
happy.
Yes.
Like a normal couple?
Yes.
No arguments?
No.
You witnessed no bickering, no tension, correct?
No.
And during the month before John's passing, that January of 2022, you observed their relationship in your presence to be normal, caring, and affectionate, right?
Yes.
Thank you very much, sir.
So nothing seemed amiss.
You were asked a number of questions about the relationship between John and Karen that night. Do you know what was going on behind closed doors other than what you saw?
I'll allow it.
No.
Do you know whether or not they texted each other that day?
No, that day, no.
Do you know whether or not there was any arguments that day?
I'll allow it.
Not to my, no, I don't know if they were, well, I don't know if they were arguing over the plumber situation. I
Do you
don't
know
know.
if there's any vulgarities that day?
Vulgarities.
Do you know if there's any vulgarities that night?
No, not to my knowledge.
Do you know whether or not John was trying to end the relationship with Miss Reed?
Do you know that, sir?
No.
Next question.
Do you know if there was any jealousy in that relationship?
I'll allow it.
I mean, I mean, Karen wouldn't let, I mean, they did everything together, a lot of things together. And I thought at times, yeah, you could see, you know, she didn't want other women around John. I don't know, not at that, but.
Oh no.
Thank you.
Loyalty.
Follow up. All right, Mr. Camerano, you're all set, sir.
So the relevancy of this witness, he didn't really provide much. It was really just to establish that John went to the
Counsel
bar,
sidebar for just a minute, please.
that Karen showed up there. It just kind of puts this, they're getting ready to tell, I think, the story of before they get to the Albert's house. So I think that was that guy's relevance to the,
Well, that's it.
to that. I don't see John's mom in the gallery today. Right? That's not her.
Excuse me, cat. You are placed in an inconvenient place.
Boy. So he said they all seem happy, but prosecution was hinting at there might have been trouble in paradise. So he would get mad because she would buy expensive clothes for the niece.
Yeah, like
because it would spoil her. I mean, not to be fair, she's lost both of her parents at this.
I was gonna
point.
say,
She's
like,
a teenage girl,
give her a little bit. I don't know.
right? Like,
Goodness.
she clearly is a good student, getting into this school and all of that. But I mean, I guess maybe John was old-fashioned. But I'm just saying, how dare she?
Seems a little excessive, but
Because she had like a pretty good job. I don't know exactly what she did. I think she was a professor at some point, or did financials. I'm not sure, but her house was nice, so I imagine she makes quite good money. When this guy says he was a friend of John's, he means it, not like some of the others who claim to be his friend. Yeah, no, that guy seemed very genuine. I don't have a problem with that guy. He seemed very legit, wasn't trying to say things that weren't. He's just like, whatever, I don't know.
yeah, there was not embellishing.
Yes, embellishing. Thank you. That is Excellent word. Good morning, Felix. Good morning.
Good morning.
You haven't missed much in the way of court today. The fireman chief guy was on the stand, and they kind of ripped him a new one a little bit of embellishing. Word of the day. About him saying yesterday that Karen mentioned something about whether or not it could be hypothermia from being out in the cold with no jacket for many hours. And they wrote him a new one because it wasn't a definitive statement. It was a question. I won't lie. The defense was a little confusing in their questioning, which obviously is on purpose. But
I did like that line because he did state it. He said it as a statement yesterday.
yes,
And I'm glad they got him to pretty much admit that it was a question, not a statement.
Agreed. Very good.
So
lawyering
again,
there.
Lack of credibility. Michael was his name who just got off the stand.
Yes.
Michael is the first witness that I think upheld his credibility.
May I?
Please.
I'm going to call, recall Nick Guarino.
Okay.
Are they saying?
Nick. Uh-oh. Michael was a friend of John O'Keefe. Good morning, Polly.
Good morning. There isn't a Nick on the witnesses. There's a Katie Camerano.
Is there
There's only a Michael and a Katie Camerano on here.
I didn't think they said Katie.
I didn't either. It sounded like Nick to me.
Yeah, me too. Maybe Nico? Nicolino? I don't know.
Sure, you can have a seat. I'll remind you you're still in your room.
Or stand, however you're most comfortable today. Just do whatever you need to do, okay?
Could you imagine standing?
Morning, everyone.
Be towering over everyone.
Sir, yesterday we talked about downloading phones.
Oh, this guy.
Oh, it's him again.
Yes.
And from that data, you could create different types of reports.
So have Detective Guarino say his name again, please.
I'm sorry.
So hard to understand.
Again, for the
the
record,
names they're
could you
saying.
introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record?
Again.
Good morning. My name is Nicholas Guarino, Guarino.
This 32,700 text
You
guy.
mentioned
or
yesterday
whatever.
that you downloaded a number of phones, or you were involved in the process of downloading a number of phones.
That's correct.
You explained to us that after you have the data analyzed, you can pinpoint certain items that you may want to put in a document.
Yeah, so with all the extractions into a program of our choosing, Cellbrite is the most commonly used, and then we can take call logs or text messages, any information that the investigator is looking for.
When you downloaded Mr. O'Keefe's phone and you downloaded the defendant's phone, did you try to create, or did you create a report through Cellbrite, the software, that would show you all of Mr. O'Keefe's call logs?
Yes, I did.
And when I use the term call logs, what does that mean?
The call logs are the calls that the phone receives.
How do you create a report from Cellbrite? Can you just walk us through that process briefly?
Yep. So in the program, you can go in and select the calls from it and export it into different formats, PDF, XML, HTML, or you can create a portable case and extract them all as a portable case that we would see on my computer.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
What?
showing you a document of Mr. O'Keefe's call logs. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is it?
It is the call logs. Just want to make sure it's
They just brought him back
between
on.
John O'Keefe and the defendant from, just want to see the dates, the 28th, January 28th, 2022 to January 29th, 2022.
Would this contain all the phone calls from his phone data, the calls between those two parties that night?
Yes, that's what I created.
I'd like to move this as an exhibit, please.
I'm writing an inquiry review on Amazon for this keyboard.
Okay.
I wonder what kind of snacks those are.
You captured all of the phone calls between two parties on that last document. Can you also do that with chats?
Yes, that is true.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes, I did.
Thank you, JT. Who's the lucky
It went to
winner?
Shunka Bacon.
Oh, nice. That's lovely.
Did you create a document of chats between the phones of the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe for after midnight for the evening hours of January 29, 2002?
Yes, I did.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm still not a fan of the order of these witnesses.
No, it's confusing still. I was
Yeah.
hoping with that, the last guy, Michael, that it would get chronological.
Mhm.
Apparently
With the bar cameras, but I guess not.
Yes, I do.
Guess
Tell
not.
us what that is.
These are the texts from the defendant to John O'Keefe. Yes.
For January 29, 2022?
Yes, that's correct. I'm sorry.
I'd move this as an exhibit, Your Honor.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
If you haven't hit the like button yet, please do. The YouTube gods like that. I think
That would
it's
be
going
great.
to-
Did you identify or specify chat messages between John O'Keefe and a person named Jen McCabe?
Yes, I did.
Did you create a Cellbrite report?
Yes, I did.
May I approach?
Yes.
I hope we're going to be able to see these.
Can we have just a brief moment, please?
It's sidebar?
No.
Just the two of them?
Compare that to what we have.
Yes, go ahead.
Their chairs look really comfy.
I know. It's like the memory foam look.
Yeah. They have nicer chairs than the prosecution does, it looks like.
Yes. This is the text messages between John O'Keefe and Jen McCabe on 29th to on January 29th, 2022.
And this is through a search of Cellbrite.
No longer.
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
It's a bit of a mess.
No objection, Your Honor.
I guess we'll see.
Similarly to the chats, did you do the same with calls between Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. McCabe?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
If we're just establishing that there are texts and we don't get to read them, I am going to be so annoyed.
Sir, do you recognize that
Yeah,
document?
that's
Yes, this is the call log between John O'Keefe and Jen McCabe for, just want to make sure I got the dates correct, just for January 29th, 2022.
Do evidence, Your Honor?
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
Did you do a file extraction and a report on all chats between the phones of John O'Keefe and the defendant for a period of time?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I think we're going to be mad.
Getting you a document? Do you recognize that document?
Yes, this is the text message.
maybe they're doing this and then they'll put them up.
between John O'Keefe and the defendant from
That's what we thought
January
yesterday.
28th to January 29th, 2022.
Your Honor, move this into evidence.
Okay. Mr. Lessie?
My favorite things in trial
Right.
is getting to see people's conversations. Because I'm nosy. Ugh, that's
Did you have an opportunity
question?
to
I don't
make
know.
a report from some of the data from the defendant's phone from January 29, 2022?
What are you referring? I did make some reports from the defendant's phone.
What's a call log report?
Again, the call log report is the calls that the party makes to another phone. So it's going to show everyone they've called or attempted to call.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sir, I'm going to ask you to take a look at this document. Do you recognize it?
Yes,
And could you tell the jury what it is?
it's the call log from the defendant's phone for January 29th, 2022. It looks like everyone she called.
Jen's going to be really interesting, Felix.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
What we just introduced into evidence is the entire call log of calls to anybody and everybody to and from for that period of time.
Yes,
That's fair to say?
yes, that's correct.
And then can you further isolate calls between just two parties?
Yes, you can. You can search by phone number or name.
And did you do that with the defendant's records for some parties?
Yes, I did.
Did you isolate phone calls between the defendant and Ms. McCabe for the evening of January 29, 2022?
Yes, I did.
May I approach?
Yes.
I am so over Zoe today, Cabin, just to let you know. Over her.
Guys, take a look at this document. Do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's the phone calls from the defendant and Jennifer McCabe, January 29th, 2022.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'd like to move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Right. Thank you.
She gives 0 Fs about this live stream. Just keeps wanting to go in and out. She's having a day today. Like I said, she's normally not even up and moving around yet, but
Did you isolate calls between the defendant and Ms. Roberts for the night of January 29th, 22?
Yes,
I
I did.
am. Yes.
The last exhibit, please.
I believe she has a cat. I'm talking to her. No, I don't even think she could figure it out.
Recognize it?
Yes, I do.
Could you share with the jury what it is?
Yep. It's the call logs between the defendant and Carrie Roberts for January 29th, 2022.
Yeah, he's not going to be reading these text
Yes, it is.
messages right now.
Evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Did you have an opportunity to isolate and produce a report for all chats between the defendant and Ms. Roberts for the night of January 29, 2022?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
So I'm handing you a document. Do you recognize that?
Gosh, Mom, way to be a narc.
Share with the jury what that is.
This is text
Calling out
messages
Elwood, you like
between
that?
the defendant and Carrie Roberts on January 29th, 2022.
I would move this to evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. Jurors, this is the way we have to put evidence in cases in Massachusetts, okay?
The jury looks bored. Confirmation. She's like, I know this is boring as shit, but
So do you
we
have
gotta
an
do it.
opportunity to identify a text message or a chat between the defendant and a person by the name of Ingrid on the morning of January 29th, 2022?
Yes, I did.
May I approach?
Yes.
That's funny.
Take a look at this document. Do you recognize it?
Yes.
Tell the jury what that is.
Yes, this is
Look who just
text
rolled
conversation
in. Hello,
between
Shanka.
the defendant and looks like a group chat between Ingrid Curtis and Bill Curtis.
You were just gifted a membership by JT earlier.
Yes, this is on January 29, 2022.
Thank you. And move this to evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
If this is a good time, if Your Honor would permit.
Okay. Jurors, what we're going to do is we will take our morning recess now. We'll take 20 minutes to half an hour. We'll see you then.
Our morning recess now. It's 10:19, 10:20, ma'am. It's only been an hour and 20 minutes.
Why are they taking one now?
I don't know. I just feel like, ugh. It's so weird.
Oh no, my naughty cat has woken.
And don't forget Kita. I mean, she's pretty cute. She'd be jealous and upset. They all need coffee. Yeah, I suppose so. Right? I'm going to need more coffee if we're just going to be submitting this evidence. Yeah, I don't think. I mean, I hope we could. Why are they doing the witnesses like this? Why? You're on mute, babes.
Yes, I am. Poor planning. Poor planning, in my opinion.
I mean, like we watch a lot of trials together, and like, yes, they do have, let's say there's a 911 call, right? You got to bring in the person who took the 911 call. They have to verify that it's accurate, blah, 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 to submit it into evidence. It's usually very quick, right? And that's fine. But you usually also will hear that 911 call very soon after they establish that. Like he has messages between John and Carrie, who was on the scene, Carrie Roberts, who was on the scene yesterday. Why wouldn't we have that would have been a good time to hear with those text messages, if you ask me. But
I mean, at first I thought it was, to confuse everybody, but now I really don't know. No idea. I'm hoping it comes together. Oh, dear.
Zoe, go lay down. She is being such a diva today. She's so funny. Yeah, I'm bothered by these witnesses' order. It's very confusing. I don't like it. Especially when we are talking about a really important timeline. Right?
Oh my goodness.
Oh, look at that. Which one's that?
I apologize. That's Nani.
That's Nani.
The one the size of a house. Yeah.
She wants our pets just want to be YouTubers now. Maybe we should just do pet court. They don't need us. Nobody needs us. Our pets got it covered. Clearly, they need attention all the time.
All the time. Oh my goodness. Gracious.
Maybe a jury needed a break. Probably because it looked like the jury was falling asleep. And they're like,
again.
Right. Maybe. Oh yes, she has been something else today. Cat booty cam. Maybe the cat court. Oh, I do love that.
Kitty court.
Oh my gosh, we could put little ropes on them. Well, you already have black cats, so that'd be hard to tell. Yeah. So,
but we could put the little wigs on them. Oh, they'd hate that. That'd be great.
They would hate that. Oh, thank you, JP.
I'm here. Received a membership.
I like their name. I'm here with the little eyes.
These are my favorite emoji.
They are one of your favorite emojis. Mine too, actually. You guys, what are your favorite emojis? You can put them in chat. I love how everyone has different ones. You can tell a lot about someone on the emojis they use. There is Llama's emoji class that people have taken.
And failed.
And failed miserably. No, it's a inside joke. And to teach someone, we're not going to say who, how to use emojis because they kept using the basic smile one.
It was not me.
It was not Annie. And I was like, you can't respond that way. It seems like you don't care. You gotta do this one instead. I don't know. It's a whole thing. So everyone talks about Llama's emoji class. Ooh, I'll get my staple. Elle Wood's robe, make it pink. Love that idea, Sam. Love it. There's Cap. That's the one I'm talking about. Captain's favorite pink heart fact. She uses that all the time. The eyes, the crab, because it makes sense. And the sweaty laughy face. Captain does use the sweaty laughy face all the time. It's so funny because all of our friends use different laughy faces.
I'll see if I can add mine in there. Hold
on. So for April Fool's Day in my friend group, I changed. I woke up at 6 a.m.
That was gold.
Everybody's name to loading ... And then I went back to sleep. And then I woke back up several hours later. And there's Annie and some of the other ones being like, is your Discord being weird? Why does it say this? What is happening? I don't know, right? But I could tell who was who by their emoji reactions.
That's funny.
Yeah. Because I have them pretty well memorized. Yes. The basic smile. You can only certain times should you use that. Felix, upside down smiley. The cringy face. Oh, you're always... I love those. I use the eye roll one a lot. The eye roll and the side eye, I think, are
I can't find the side eye one. I'm trying to add it to my list, but
what?
since I'm not on my phone, it's not coming. Like, it's not on the.
Oh, like in YouTube or Discord? I don't know if it's
In
on
YouTube.
I don't know if it's on there. I have a hard time with them. Oh yeah, it's right beside
Oh, it's
the
right
high roll.
beside the. Yep.
There it was.
I don't think my other one is an
Thank
option.
you
No,
for
it
taking
is.
Llama's emoji class. Where were we?
There's mine.
Those are all of Amy's or Annie's.
Yeah.
Shunkas, puffin and passin'. You've tagged Elon several times in X to add an eye roll emoji. That's funny. Oh my gosh. That's very funny. Why do I keep getting these Skype notifications popping up on my computer, but I've never even used Skype. I don't even know I have Skype on here. It's very confusing.
I think it comes on, well, a lot of computers now anyway. I don't know.
I've never seen it like pop up ever. So I don't know what that's about.
Whoever said it earlier mentioned sidebar and Shunkel will show up.
That's true. That is true. I don't remember who said that. Right? Everyone uses Zoom, not Skype, right? Like, what are we, like 2004?
I just had this conversation with my husband about Spotify because I was shamed into using Spotify a couple of years ago because I was still using Pandora. And I had a staff member who was, in high school, but she was like, "What are you doing?" I was so shamed. She was like, "Nobody uses that. What do you do? Use Spotify?"
I do not. Those candies are so good. They really are kind of, it's like a flavor explosion in your mouth. I don't have Spotify. I barely use Spotify, so.
What are you doing? Let me shame you now.
I don't really listen to like a lot of music on a regular basis, like unless I'm writing, but usually it's instrumental music. Like it's not.
If I'm not talking to you and you know, our friend group, then I'm
like,
pretty much, like every day, then I'm pretty much listening to music.
Yeah. I'm gonna say so for 5 minutes a day.
Yeah.
Sometimes I like to have morning dance parties. I do like to do that, pump you up or in the shower, but I don't really do that. Yeah. I wasn't born in 2004. Felix, I graduated high school in 2004.
You weren't born yet in 2000.
Sam, someone's trying to reach you with your car's extended warranty through Skype calls. It's kind of like that. It's talking about crypto, so it's basically the same thing. Ugh, I hate it so much. Going pilot shopping. See, I just got one now. Bitcoin is currently facing clear resistance, and then the 94. Like, I don't even know what this means. Elbow feet when you get home.
That's right, Felix. Ooh, did you see this one?
Oh, I did not. I'm slowly scrolling down. I finally looked up the Sandra Birchmore case. So he doesn't just have a history of losing evidence. He has a history of losing evidence when police are involved. Yes, blessed assurance. Yes. How interesting, right? Because I believe the FBI has been involved in both of these cases. Definitely in the Sarah Birchmore case. They found him.
Interesting.
So it's cute, huh? Super cute. I do have questions. Again, I think that this investigation is going to be what? sways and determines how I feel at the end of this. So we'll see.
Mm-hmm. Are you coming back, Nani?
You're
gonna make Calliope mad.
There's true crime podcast, Llama. That's true. There are those, but I have a hard time with podcasts because then I get distracted and I zone out the voices. You know, that's why I don't listen to music with words when I'm writing either, because my brain just can't do both the things at the same time.
Oh, I was going to say, we can probably stream the Karen Reed documentary that you watched on Discord this weekend. I can probably do it.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So how about this? If you haven't joined the Courtyard Discord, it's a server that we all run where we do like true crime cases, info about that. We also we stream events all the time. Usually they're not all true crime related. We have our favorite shows that we watch, but yeah, join that and we'll watch the HBO Karen Reed documentary Max this weekend.
Yeah.
I definitely need to watch it again. Again, I was tired and I was working on stuff, so I was just a little in Delulu land, I'll be honest with you. It hasn't went to court yet. It hasn't went to trial yet, I don't believe.
Sneaky sneak.
I can hide an earbud while I work.
Sneaky sneak.
Smarty pants, Felix. Smarty pants. You learn from the best. Yeah, I definitely want to watch it again. So join the Courtyard. We'll hang out this weekend. More of us, as if Monday through Friday, 8:30 to 5 isn't enough. Actually, speaking of not being enough, I'll go ahead and plug tonight's show, True Crime in One Time podcast. Will be on again here on True Crime in One Time channel at 9 p.m. Eastern, where we're covering the case of Austin Lee Edwards. And if you thought that there were problems with the Massachusetts State Police and some of their decisions, well, guess what? Virginia State Police done effed up too. It's very interesting, very disturbing. This guy is so creepy and weird, and the crime is horrific, like a thing of nightmares. And I think too, and I'll probably talk about this more tonight afterwards. If you have teenagers who use the internet, you might want to watch tonight's show because there are some things that you need to learn, and keep an eye out on teens using the internet and being able to tell their parents if they've gotten into some situations on the internet. Don't keep things. But anyway, watch the show. You'll find out more. I don't want to do any spoilers. It's at 9:00 Eastern.
Interesting.
Did they use solo? No, it's more so their hiring practices that are the problem here. A big problem. A big problem. But I'm looking forward to it. It's very, very interesting. I think it only happened a couple of years ago. So EDB is crying. She's at John's friend testimony.
She's a sweetie.
It was very emotion. Like, clearly he was there to establish, right, that he was at the bar with John and Karen showed up and everything was fine. But, he was put up there for emotions too. I read the script and I'm still promoting it, so it must have been passed off for public consumption. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, it's wild, you guys. So be sure to check that out. And then Sunday is our last episode for now, covering the Zizian cult, where we're finally coming full circle in that story. That'll be Sunday at 9 p.m. Eastern, right here on True Crime in One Time. It's also a crazy story if you've never heard of this crazy cult. They're a bunch of vegan, trans, rationalist anarchists who there's a bunch of murders tied to them, fake deaths, Wild protest. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing, really. And they all wrote blogs, and there's something, you guys. There's something. We have a good time. We've had a really good time covering that. I think we've done about like 20 hours or so at least, covering them. Quite the deep dive. Also, I am going to write. I never leave reviews for anything, and I think I'm going to leave one for this keyboard. I was told.
So now I do hear it. It's not like I didn't, it's not super loud and obnoxious.
Oh, well, okay. Maybe there's like a setting on this microphone or something. Like maybe I have it.
You just have a great mic. That's what it comes down to.
I do have a great mic. This mic picks up literally everything, but it's so annoying. Because when we were watching the Lori Vallow trial, the typing of the court was driving me crazy. So I don't want to drive everyone crazy. Zoe, we are not going outside, ma'am.
She disagrees. You guys can't see her because I don't have a mic set up for her. But Calliope is in the room directly across, sitting in the sun, staring at us.
Just still staring. I think she might hate me.
I think she just hates not having my full attention.
You would think, but these are like extreme vegans. Like we're all flesh-eating monsters to them, and they don't see people as human that do that. It's like they have two qualifications for you to even talk to them. And number one is being vegan, and two, what is your other kin? I'm just kidding. Where is your relation to well, my mic is right here. And then if I go like this, my hand touches. So that's how far. It's like banana length. Oh, goodness. Well, it seems a few of us will have the same mic. That's true. I was on a call with some of them the other night, and a bunch of them bought new microphones and everything. It's so adorable. I love them. But it's
changing the world.
I am. I need to figure this out. I will. Even their lawyers have to be vegan. Yes. Well, at first they demanded that their lawyers be vegan, but then you can't really be that specific when you need public defenders, because that's not how that works. That's not how that works. Okay. Fine, Zoe. Okay, I'll be right back.
Zoe. You can stop staring. You can come join. She is not happy. Bananery. Hey, Amy. Amy has been with us all day, but she's just behind the scenes.
Okay, I'm back. I would just leave the dogs outside all day because I have a fenced-in yard, so they'd be totally fine. And it's a beautiful day outside. So it's not like it would be bad if I left them outside, but Buffy, Zoe, she'll just want to go outside, stand there, look around, and then she'll scratch the door to come right back in. It's like, why are we doing this? That's why I get annoyed. You don't trust people to eat turkey bacon instead of real bacon? I mean, I like turkey bacon, but I don't prefer it over regular bacon.
Felix, are you vegan? We accept you and love you if you are.
I just think that they don't eat pork.
Oh, duh.
But I've had some good turkey bacon. I've had bad turkey bacon before. It was like, those rubbery dog treat bacon things. It wasn't great. So I get it. Oh, I love these things.
I love bacon of all types.
Mm-hmm. I got confused for the dog.
Oh my goodness.
I'm sorry.
Stop eating dog treats.
I didn't eat one, but anyway. So those are fun conversations. I don't understand. Why are they taking so long? Okay, so what candy is that, Llama? So Fluffy picked these up at the gas station yesterday. I think he said it was a gas station. But they're called Kanpai Foods Fruity Freeze-Dried Fruity Candy.
Yeah, you set her off on something there, Bells.
You did. You did? Yes, they're the same ones from yesterday. I didn't eat a whole bag yesterday. What's nice is you only
Nobody's
eat a couple,
judging you.
and it's like enough. You know? Is this the same kind you had, Bells? She can lay on the porch. She's fine.
So should the hot fries people, because if they want to send me hot fries to promote, I will gladly. So gladly.
Send us all the snacks. I will happily talk about.
I should talk to Terry first and be like, yeah, hot fries. Court tomorrow can be sponsored by my obsession with hot fries.
I hope that wasn't loud. Right? Sugar-free candy doesn't have enough variety. That's fair. I imagine it's probably gotten better, though. The options. I mean, probably still not great, but probably better. You know what? My son, when he gets candy, he'll buy like the worst candy sometimes. He'll buy a bag of circus peanuts. And
Why?
Child.
Little Llama, what are you doing?
What? Of all the candy here, you're like, let me pick this one? Get out of here.
So my hubby was trying to be super sweet and got me hot fries on a road trip one time, but he got me the other ones, the blue bag, the Andes caps. I ate like 2 of them and then threw them away because it's these.
Are those Cheetos?
These are the ones. Yeah, it's Cheetos or nothing. Anyway.
You like orange slices?
I'm sorry, Chester's. Chester's Flaming Hot Fries.
Oh, okay. Oh my goodness. Ooh, looking great. Hi. We got somebody here to join us. Who is it? Let's bring her up. It's Buffy. Here, let me put us over here while we wait. How about that? Good morning, Buff.
Morning.
How are you today?
It's been a hectic morning.
It's been a hectic morning already for you. Well, sorry to hear that.
I overslept.
Oh.
I woke up at 3 o'clock and looked down at my phone. And Annie was awake at 3 o'clock, but I knew if I engaged in a conversation with Annie, I was not going back to sleep.
Oh,
accurate. I typed that and then I was like, no.
I almost wrote, me too. And then I was like, oh God, if I do this, I'm never going back. So I just rolled over and went back to sleep. And of course, my alarm went off to me extremely early, but it was really late because I usually set it for earlier so I can get stuff done before the kid wakes up. So my alarm went off late. The kid woke up 30 minutes early. So it was like threw off my entire timeline.
Okay. By the way, that was me letting the dogs back in because Zoe scratched at the door. In case nobody believes me.
Gavin said, oh my God. No pressure, but ready for drama class.
No pressure. No pressure.
For what?
I wrote the entire script last night. No, I'm just kidding. I did not.
What are we doing?
Nothing. She's pressuring.
We're getting ready for drama class.
Oh.
Buffy.
Buffy's reenactment. Oh, we can make it a whole
one-hit
segment.
wonder, y'all. I'm a one-hit wonder.
I don't know about that. It was pretty genius. And Amy added like visuals to it. When I showed it to Elbow last night, he was like, that is the best thing ever. You need to make that a short. I was like,
Okay, y'all
we'll
put
see.
that in the chat, and everybody is like, "Oh, this is so funny," and I'm like, I can't watch myself do that.
It is weird.
Myself do that. Well, because I don't even like the sound of my own voice. So
You'll get used to it.
Oh, so I watched it and I was like, okay, the visuals really help that. Because if not, I just look crazy. I'm like having conversations like people in
It
my
was
head.
perfect. It was perfect.
You look
Buffy
great,
looks dressed
Buffy.
for court for real. And here I am in basketball shorts and a Super Mario shirt. I know, right? We clean up nice.
This is not like the black and the white, the black, and this is weird, coordinated. Great job.
Right. Buff, I don't think you were around for the opening. So it was like 2 minutes before the stream was supposed to start. And Annie pops in because I thought she wasn't going to be around till later. And like right before we go on, I'm like, we're wearing like the same shirt. What is happening?
I know.
So,
I thought I was like, are y'all coordinated?
no, it was not. It was not.
I have a striped sweater, but I'm not committed to the warmth right now.
I like hardly even wear this shirt, to be honest. So it was definitely random. But yes, you look
Okay.
beautiful as always.
So I'm a stay-at-home mom, right? So my wardrobe consists of t-shirts and sweatpants. And now I'm like, I don't have any clothes.
No,
and I have
Angie,
the random
this is a
dress up when we have to go like to like important things, but that's like too dressy for like. Anyway,
Right.
so it's like, oh my god, I have no clothes.
What am I gonna wear?
I'm just gonna put on a random t-shirt. This is what you get, man.
I mean, to be honest, this show's gonna make me change my clothes more than I normally do.
So much laundry.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes, you're just like, whatever, I'll just stay in whatever I slept in. Who cares? Nobody's gonna see me.
Right.
Now I can't do that.
I have to brush my hair.
But yeah, I had to brush my hair. I put on makeup. It's not my normal routine, but here we are. So you're just like Adam Sandler.
Right? Same. I know the people in the car line are like, she put makeup on. So she's not homeless.
Oh, who knew? Who knew? Well, we clean up nice. We do clean up nice. So Buffy, what are your thoughts on the order of these witnesses? Because I'm annoyed.
I am too.
I am very annoyed.
Okay, so when Mr. Buffy gets home at night, we go on tirades for at least 3 hours where we discuss everything. Oh, I almost did last night. So we went through the dash cam video, and my husband's like, these people can't get their story straight. Look over there. She's saying that she went over there at least 2 times to talk to that paramedic. Watch. She goes back. Now, son of a gun, analyze this video. Yep, I'm intense. I'm laughing. And I was like, okay, I'm going to need you to do that again. Let me get my phone. Seriously, if you wait a few minutes, you'll get another one.
I love that.
He's so
very
funny.
passionate.
We get very loud.
Oh, I bet.
And so, and he's like, no, I think he's doing a great job at discrediting the witnesses, but I don't. And I'm like, I don't like the order. I don't think they're telling the story the way they did before. I'm going through my opinions. He obviously disagrees, which can be bad in our house.
Elbow Feet and I are feisty as well. Even when we agree on the same thing.
Yeah, but we're agreeing.
Yeah.
We just disagree. Like, we both agree on stuff, but I mean, because we both feel the same way about the case.
Yeah.
He's a little bit more committed to the she's innocent part. Okay. He thinks there wasn't anything. I can see the argument on both sides. But for me, the investigation, and I can't throw away Arca's testimony. But that's where I'm at. So that's like it for me. But he's like, absolutely not. All these people are freaking liars. And that's the bottom line. So anyway, so we're going through our stuff, and he's just, he's analyzed.
love
That's
that.
where I am. I'm like, because remember yesterday, I was like, if
Mhm.
somebody can make these dots, connect these dots on this dash cam, what are we watching?
Mhm.
And he's like, they're fussing about the temperature on the phone. This is all about the temperature on the phone.
Yeah.
Keeps asking her, where's she at? Who has the phone? And I'm like, oh, okay. Because at first we thought it was the how long to die in snow Google search. So we kept watching the time at the top of the video because we watched it last night together.
Mhm.
And so we kept watching it and we kept looking for where everybody is. And it's like, it's not on cam. So this can't be why we're watching it. And so we're like, but he keeps asking about the temperature. It's like, I didn't catch that first time. Or like where the phone is. Keeps asking about the phone. Like, where's the phone? And she's like, I either have it with me or I've passed it off to a first responder. I don't really know. Anyway, yeah, he might get strikes on the channel for his language, but
I love that. Oh goodness. Someone get Mr. Buffy on here. If we had Mr. Buffy and Elbuffy on here, oh my goodness. Ooh, we're back, you guys.
Because he's intense. He's intense, but I do love the conversation and the debate.
Could I see counsel for
Me
a minute
too. That's why we
regarding
love them,
scheduling,
right?
please?
They keep us going. They make things exciting. I'm a sucker for it. What can I say? Yeah, work is such a problem for you guys. Tell them you have court today. I mean, let's see. And it's interesting the important times are missing. Question about the Google search of Jen, right? That's after they find his body. The one at like 6 something. How long did I?
6:27, I think, is when she supposedly did.
Right. But that's
Right? Is it
after.
6 something? Yeah.
I think so.
Well, it's when
Again.
she says she did it.
Mm.
But when the defense goes in and looks through Cellbrite, it's 2:20 something in the morning when
Oh.
she does the Google search. That's the discrepancy. They're saying, well, why would she Google that at 2:00 in the morning
Mm-hmm.
if like there wasn't something like they didn't already know this happened? You see what I'm saying? Like that was the part of the
Gotcha. Mm-hmm.
the cover up, the conspiracy. Like they already knew he was dead because she was in the house.
I was telling them earlier this morning that I did watch the Karen Reed documentary last night.
And what did you think?
I think she shouldn't have freaking done it. She said some things in there that if the jury sees it, it's not going to look great on her. It's not going to look great.
I agree.
I wouldn't say that it persuaded me either way of the case. I didn't really feel it was quite like that.
It just walked you through the trial, I think. And they did do a good job of showing both sides.
Yeah, I thought so. But they only played a couple minutes, of like some of the people on the stand, and boy, am I excited for Jim McCabe.
But you did get to see that dash cam a whole lot better. If
that is true.
And you could hear.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what my husband and I were talking, and he's like, I don't remember that. And I was like, okay, go back and watch the very first, I think it's the very first episode, the very second episode, something. And you can, like, it is very, very easy to hear what she said, whereas it's not. And then
it is
all these
impossible in court to hear.
Well, I mean, we're also watching a video of video, audio of audio that's being played in a courtroom that's got terrible acoustics.
Yeah, but I don't think the jury could even hear it clearly.
Well, my husband's gripe is that TV is not big enough for the jury. Like, look how far it is away from the jury box.
I agree.
It's not a very big TV. Like
why is
there's
it not
no way
on the other wall at least? I don't know. I agree.
Yeah,
this courtroom is so weird.
Big discussions. He's like, that's not even a good TV. They need to move that closer if they're going to show all these things because they can't see anything. Now they'll have it back in the jury room, I'm sure, but
maybe. Do they have screens in front of them? No, I don't think so. Okay, so back to the ceiling fan. Another psych out. I don't know why. They're bringing the jury in.
Oh, that's right. But why did she come back just to go away again?
I don't know. I think she
Why?
asked them if they had anything to discuss. Outside of the jury, I think is what she said. Um,
Yeah. And Guarino.
But yeah, I thought it was pretty good.
I did like it. I honestly didn't watch any of the Dateline or the other ones.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're
I
ready.
did watch
Thank
that
you, Your
one.
Honor.
But there are some things from there that I was like, if they play this,
Well, they're going to play it out of context. They're not going to explain it. But I mean, I understand her attitude. She's probably
Good afternoon.
freaking frustrated.
Just a few
Sure.
more items I'd like you to recognize. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
thanks, sugar.
Showing you an envelope. Do you know what's in that envelope?
Yes, it's the raw data extraction of John O'Keefe's cell phone.
All right, ask it to be marked simply for identification, please.
Okay. Thank you.
Second folder.
Yes, it's the raw data extraction of Jen McCabe's cell phone that I created.
Thank you, sir. Your Honor, ask it to be marked for identification as well.
All right. Thank you.
Trooper, you shared with us that you downloaded the extraction of the phones that you identified and you made reports based on specific identified features. For example, a conversation between two people.
Yes, well, I didn't do the extraction of Jen's phone, but I made those reports with the PDFs from the data extraction.
Relative to Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant's phones, you created a document that provided us the phone calls between them on January 29th.
Yes, that's correct.
And separately, you also provided a document that included all of the chats or text messages between John O'Keefe and the defendant on January 29th, 2022.
Yes, it also included the 28th.
Thank you.
Yes.
And in that compilation, did you put together or do you create or review a PowerPoint of those?
Yes, I did.
And what was the point of that?
Just to show the texts and calls in a chronological order, because that way you're not looking at two different documents, trying to compare and contrast the calls to text messages when each is coming in.
And did you begin that PowerPoint presentation with a call at 2:16:10 on January 28, 2022?
Yes, that's correct.
And are there additional chats or text messages earlier that morning?
Yes, there's a handful starting around 9:45 a.m.
May I
Yes.
approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Handing you a folder, sir. Could you take a look at it? Let us know if you recognize what's in it.
We all know Lori Bella makes
This
the
is
best.
the bulk of this is the PowerPoint calls and text messages, and then at the beginning, there's the messages from before 2:16 in the morning.
I'd like to introduce this as an exhibit, Your Honor.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you.
With your permission, I'd ask the witness to read the text messages from the morning hours, and then we begin the PowerPoint presentation.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Do you have a hard copy of those for me?
It was provided. I'll see if you have another copy if you don't have it.
All right. I have, it's in here, the pre-morning hours. The ones that we discussed at sidebar. If you don't have them,
The defense has a copy for you, Your Honor.
thank you.
Madam? I'm sorry.
Thank you, Ms. Little.
Okay, thank you.
May we begin, Your Honor?
Please.
Could you first read the text messages from that morning to the jury?
Yes. Apologize if I
Yes.
spell things or state things. Start time. All right. It's a little different than the format I had before. All right. This is from Karen Reed to John O'Keefe. You have really hurt me this time. This was sent at 9:49:20 a.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant. I'm sorry, this has been an issue with me for 8 years. It physically hurts me to see everyone else in their life do things for them, and I'm forced to always be the bad guy. This is sent at 10:02:56 a.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I'm not the same as everyone else. Most of the time I try to do what is healthy/smart for them. More importantly, I try to support you in what you need. You just lashed out at me and said terrible things. I don't know how you've gotten to this point with me when I'm just trying my hardest. You made your point and continue to beat me down. I have a lot going on too. Physically, I am falling apart and trying to get answers and help. 10:09:49 a.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe. I am just your girlfriend. I am not a perfect parent. I'm trying very hard and sometimes treat them nothing like I used to. 10:46 a.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant. I know. I'm sorry for lashing out. I'm just hurting and struggle daily with them. Always feel like I'm failing at this parenting thing. I wasn't built for this. 10:12 a.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe. Kaylee isn't perfect, but everything wonderful about her is because of you. 12:21:36 p.m. on the 28th.
Oh, we got a whole binder of texts.
From John O'Keefe to the defendant, an emoji was sent at 12:21:59 on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, it's true. I know she's her mother's daughter, but she wouldn't be so bright and successful if she lived with anyone else. 12:22:51 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, wow, Kristen just sent 2 back-to-back messages to not lose your faith in the kids. 12:31:28 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, or in yourself, at 12:31:41 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, there's 2 emojis sent at 12:32:06 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, no, and there's 2 emojis. Life can pick you up sometimes. Please be happy with them and put away your frustrations for the rest of the day. And be so proud of yourself, JJ. And that's 12:33:35 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, that's what bothers me more than anything. Should have sent Peg's or Sarah's W-2s. We're all equal guardians. 1:18:21 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, maybe you can call someone. 1:21:55 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, like who? 1:46:42 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, what time are you coming here? 1:47:38 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, it's another emoji sent, 2:05:30 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I don't know what time, feel kind of out of it, just trying to clear my head, 2:06:07 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, he writes, okay, 2:06:25 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, text me when you guys settle in later, 2:06:44 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, sure, 2:06:58 p.m. on the 28th.
Agreed.
From the defendant to, oh, and it's cut off, yes, sir.
Yeah.
I think you should too. They're important.
That must be where the,
Somebody needs to take Llama's emoji class.
I believe it, yeah, it goes to the next one, so I'll start. Yeah, sorry.
With the court's permission, we'll begin the PowerPoint.
Yes.
Oh, those text messages seemed all right, you know? Struggling. She's a teenager.
Okay.
Sure, it's difficult
phone
for
calls,
him.
text messages,
but-
and then we'll start with the first slide. So it's from the defendant to John O'Keefe. I feel pretty shitty about how this morning went down. I know you said sorry, but it really stung, especially when I've been trying pretty hard lately. I feel like a loser turning around, just coming back over after everything you said. 2:16:10 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the
It's rough on
defendant,
the eyes.
not sure what you want me to do. I said, I'm sorry, and I was out of line. If you prefer to stay home, I totally get it. 2:17:16 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, things in my own life have been difficult too, you know. 2:17:33 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, I know. 2:17:40 p.m. on the 28th. At 2:17:45 p.m., the defendant calls John. The phone call is answered and they speak for 2 minutes, 22 seconds. 2:23:02 p.m., the defendant calls John. That's again answered at 10, and they speak for 1 minute, 2 seconds. At 2:24:17 p.m., the defendant calls John and the call is rejected. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, tell me if you're interested in someone else. Can't think of any other reason you've been like this. 2:25:18 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, nope. 2:25:33 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, things haven't been great between us for a while. Ever consider that? 2:26:03 p.m. on the 28th. At 2:28:40 p.m., the defendant calls John. That call is rejected.
Mr. Guarino, can you explain to us the difference between not answered and rejected?
Yes, so if the call is not answered, that means the call rang out and goes to voicemail. If the call is rejected, that is someone actively hitting the send to voicemail button to disable the call to stop it from ringing. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, kids are here, not in the mood to talk. 2:29:03 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, so you're not into it anymore. That's fine, but I don't want to keep trying and you keep treating me like this. 2:29:12 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I'm trying to hug and kiss you this morning and you whack me in the face with a pillow. 2:29:59 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, last night you're basically like, yeah, what about when we talk about the future? So why don't you just admit you're not into so much anymore? 2:30:23 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, not how it went down, but okay. 2:30:26 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, can you please admit your head is out of the game with us? 2:30:52 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, sick of always arguing and fighting. It's been weekly for several months now. So yeah, I'm not quick to jump back into being lovey-dovey as you apparently. 2:32:28 p.m. on the 28th. At 2:32:47 p.m., the defendant calls John. That call is rejected. John O'Keefe to the defendant, OMG, stop calling. 2:32:54 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, then why would you start with me this morning? 2:32:58 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, you're setting me up to fail. 2:33:05 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, you started a number of fights from your end. 2:33:26 p.m. on the 28th. And John O'Keefe to the defendant, I've explained it a few times already, not doing it again. 2:33:31 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, so you're not into this anymore. 2:33:41 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, not into fighting all the time, correct. 2:34:03 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, if you tell me you're interested in someone else, you will never hear from me again. You can have all the space in the world. 2:34:11 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, he sends an emoji. 2:34:19 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, then stop starting with me. 2:34:20 p.m. on the 28th. 2:34:29 p.m. the defendant calls John. He rejects the call. John O'Keefe to the defendant, I'm not answering. Stop calling. 2:34:42 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, can you please answer after how you treated me earlier? 2:34:43 p.m. on the 28th. 2:34:54 p.m. the defendant calls John. That's rejected. John O'Keefe to the defendant. Kaylee is right here, 2:35:02 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe. You start a rager with me out of nowhere and then tell me you're sick of fighting with me. 2:35:41 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe. I'm going to grab a drink in a bit. 2:38:14 p.m. on the 28th. 2:38:42 p.m. The defendant calls John. That call is rejected. The defendant to John O'Keefe. Can you please answer? 2:38:52 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant. No, Karen. Not sure why you need to announce that you're going, Not sure why you need to announce that you're grabbing a drink, but have fun. 2:39:46 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, seeing if you want to meet me later. 2:40:22 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, can you please call me? 2:40:32 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, have to take them to the doctor. He has practice. 2:40:55 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, yeah, 5 minutes. 2:41:17 p.m. on the 28th. At 2:43:01 p.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. At 2:43:45 p.m., the defendant calls John. The call is rejected. John O'Keefe to the defendant. My father just walked in. 2:43:58 p.m. on the 28th.
I'm so hot.
The defendant to John O'Keefe. Okay, can you please call me for 2 minutes? 2:44:14 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant. Not right now. 2:44:23 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe. I'm there when anyone else needs me. 2:44:26 p.m. on the 28th. At 2:45:32 p.m., the defendant calls John. The call is rejected. The defendant calls Mr. O'Keefe. Yes, John, you gave me utter grief this morning. I'd like you to call me for amends. 2:46:16 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe. I've been trying to get over the hump with is arguing, and now you tell me you're not into doing things, and you don't want to fight weekly, but fly off the handle at 8 a.m. with me, like you're setting me up to fail. 2:47:08 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe. I've been dealing with my own personal crisis over things I have zero control over. I'd like to lean on you too sometimes. Instead, I just hear everything I've done wrong. 2:48:34 p.m. on the 28th. At 2:56 p.m., the defendant calls John. The call is rejected. At 2:51:13 p.m., the defendant calls John. It's rejected. 2:52:37 p.m., John calls the defendant. It's not answered. At 2:53:56, the defendant calls John. Again, not answered. The defendant, John O'Keefe, you seriously cannot pick up the phone for 2 seconds. 2:54:13 p.m. 2:58:05 p.m., the defendant calls John. It's rejected. At 2:59:13, John calls the defendant. The call is answered and they speak for 4 minutes, 59 seconds.
Okay.
From the defendant to John O'Keefe, why don't you meet me at Hillside at 4:30/5, 3:08:55 p.m. John O'Keefe to the defendant sends an emoji. 3:10:08 p.m. on the 28th.
My favorite. Yikes.
From the defendant to John O'Keefe, or whenever you get, everyone settled. 3:10:35 p.m. on the 28th.
Do you know what day of the
John
week
O'Keefe
this
to the
is?
defendant, like I said, doctor now, and he has practice till 6. If you want me to go start, if you want to go start drinking, then go for it. 3:36:21 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, I didn't know the times of his practice. 3:36:40 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, I just want to give you space at the house without me there. So rather meet you out than meet at the house. 3:37:01 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant.
It's a weeknight.
Yeah, well, now there's a 72-year-old taking up shop on my couch. 3:37:36 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe. Yeah, that too. 3:37:46 p.m. 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, is he going to Collins? 3:38:23 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, not tonight. 3:38:32 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, so do you plan on going out tonight?
It's a Friday.
3:39:01 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, Karen, I don't know. 3:39:17 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, you're like jonesing to drink, so go. 3:39:43 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, okay, well, after how this morning went down, I don't think I need to be back over there with you. Get frustrated at how I am with the kids. Has nothing to do with drinking. 3:40 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I am paranoid now that everything I do with them is problematic. So rather see you for a minute without it, kids around. 3:40:24 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, what's your plan at 4:47:16 p.m. on the 28th? From the defendant to John O'Keefe, don't have one. 4:50:09 p.m. on the 28th. For John O'Keefe to the defendant, so still home. 4:50:26 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, yes. 4:50:45 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, we just got home, waiting to see what Papa decides here, or else I have to get Patrick at 6. 4:59:45 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant, John O'Keefe, okay. 5:01:55 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, so are you staying home or coming here? 5:02:23 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, waiting to see what you end up doing. I don't want to hang out at the house too much, like I said. 5:03:40 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I think it's clear me around the kids, I think it's clear me around with the kids around is slowly killing our relationship, and our relationship is much more important to me. 5:04:16 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, well, there's a blizzard coming, so we'll be inside all weekend. 5:04:19 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, it will be over by noon tomorrow. 5:04:44 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, don't think so. 5:05:27 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, I don't want to keep having this constant conflict of the dynamic of the four of us. The harder I try, the more it kills our relationship as a couple. It feels like utter shit to be in that position. Rather just meet you out for drinks when you figure out what your night looks like. 5:06:45 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, well, I have no idea what's going on, so do what you want. 5:07:34 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, need to figure out what everyone here is doing. All I know now is Madeline is coming over. No clue about Patrick yet, or if Papa is planning on hanging it for a few more hours. 5:09:29 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, okay, well, when you know the story, and if you want me to come up, let me know. 5:12:36 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, no, Karen, you decide what you want to do. 5:13:18 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I know your heart isn't in this anymore. I felt it for a while, and especially lately. I'm willing to try more, but not if you approaching the point of indifference. If you want me to come up and you can head out for a while, then say so when you know what your father is doing. 5:14:23 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, you come up and I head out, really, emoji, 5:15:48. John O'Keefe to the defendant, I've told you already, I don't bounce back as quickly as you do after we have a battle, 5:16:52 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, no, head out together with an emoji, 5:17:49 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, or meet out, 5:17:54 on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, gonna send Patrick to Collins tonight. They're picking him up around 7. Mike may hang out too when he brings Matt over. So why don't you just come over? 5:19:42 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, Mike doesn't want to go out for a bit. 5:20:20 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I would like to, been a shit day from the jump. 5:20:33 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, probably 5:20:39 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, I just got sober an hour ago, 5:20:56 p.m. on the 28th.
It's like
From
5:30 in the
defendant to John
afternoon.
O'Keefe, I'll text
He's
you.
day drinking.
Hang with Mike for a few. I don't need to butt in. Text me if/when you think you may head out. 5:25:12 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, can you send me Tim Zoll's contact info, please? 5:26:38 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, I paid the last bill, 5:27:08 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, you didn't have to do that, thanks. 5:27:43 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, are you really not going to accept my friend request? 5:32:33 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, an emoji on what, FB? 5:33:01 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, yeah, we've been going out for 2 years. 5:33:20
Bruh.
on the 28th.
And they, oh, wow.
John O'Keefe to the defendant, I haven't gone on. You defriended me over a year ago, I believe. 5:33:48 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, Carrie texted that they're headed out in a bit. 6:05:29 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, okay, 6:14:55 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, she's going to let me know where, 6:17:51 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, so you're going to meet them, 6:18:12 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, just presenting it as an option, wouldn't mind hanging out with them for a drink. 6:19 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, is Mike over? 6:27:26 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, yes, 6:29:45 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, sounds you're like good with getting together tonight, 6:31:32 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, was hoping after this morning you'd be interested in smoothing things over with me, 6:32:24 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, told you to come over, but you insisted on meeting me out somewhere, 6:33:44 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, Mike is a little off with me for a while now. I've said that multiple times, 6:34:34 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to Karen, the defendant, time to get over it, Karen. He's fine. He was fine the other night when he came by. 6:38:09 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, yeah, wouldn't mind hanging out with other people, like another female too. 6:39:09 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, where are you meeting them? 6:39:28 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I don't have plans with them. She just said they're headed out in a bit and will text when they land somewhere. 6:39:52 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, if you want to go out with Mike Solo, that's fine. Just let me know. 6:40:17 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, I already told you what you should do. Not going to keep doing this. 6:41:07 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I asked to let me know if you guys are going to head out. I haven't been out for drinks this week and had a shit week and a shit day. And I dread Kaylee or Pat is going to get chatty with me the second I walk in, and that is going to irritate you. 6:43:21 on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, Pat is leaving. Kay is with Mad Cam. 6:44:02 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, I'll text Chris then. 6:46:44 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, we're headed out shortly. What's your plan, Karen? 7:06:13 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, do you want me to join or no? 7:06:37 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, yes, wasn't sure if you were meeting the Currans. 7:07:04 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, they are not out drinking yet. 7:07:40 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, where are you headed? 7:09:22 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, trying to decide maybe McCarthy's. 7:14:48 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, okay then, let me know where you decide. I'm still down in Enfield. 7:21:50 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, text me when you leave. Still waiting on McKinney's. 7:22:28 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I'm having issues with my hot water, so had to text someone to take a look. 7:24:11 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, an emoji, you trying to piss me off. 7:25:35 on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, hope your plumber buddy that you texted is hot. 7:26:24 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, nope, my shower only got lukewarm and now my sink won't run hot at all. The plumber I used is right down the road. 7:26:27 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I turned that temp thing in the basement all the way up. 7:26:52 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, check the hot water heater and see if it's leaking. 7:26:52 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, it's not. 7:26:59 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, don't do that. 7:27:01 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, is the pilot lit? 7:27:08 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I was trying to get my shower hot. 7:27:12 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, yes, 7:27:14 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, don't turn it up. Don't turn it all the way up. 7:27:26 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, it will burn out. 7:27:32 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I had this issue twice before and it wasn't a disaster. I just can't remember what the cause was. 7/27/41 on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, just turn it back to where it was and get over here. 7/28/08 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I don't want to come home in a blizzard and then really be up shit creek. 7/28/53 p.m. on the 28th.
Maybe even literally.
John O'Keefe to the defendant, so you're going home tonight. 7/29/18 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, or tomorrow or whenever. I've had a chill all day since my shower. 7/29/45 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, it's going to snow all day tomorrow. No driving. 7:30:05 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, we're headed to McCarthy's. 7:41:29 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, okay, let me know if you end up leaving. 7:41:57 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, why? Now you're not coming. 7:42:27 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I'm waiting for the plumber. I actually think he's in the driveway. 7:42:56 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, we're taking Mike's car, so I'm relying on you for a ride home if he leaves. 7:43:10 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, he's not going home after. 7:43:27 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, 8 o'clock on a Friday, emoji. 7:43:31 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, he may have to get Michael. 7:43:46 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, you have a plumber coming over at 8. Knowing me and Papa could have handled it. Good luck. 7:44:36 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I have always told you I will not put either of you out of your way the way everyone else in your life does. I knew it wasn't working right when you were at the doctor's with Kaylee, and I knew neither of you could get here. And this guy, Richie, fixed it last time, whatever it was. He was supposed to be here at 5, 7:48:01 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, if it's not a quick fix, I'll tell him to forget it. 7:48:20 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, if you need a new water heater, don't let him do it. 7:55:04 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant text from the defendant to John O'Keefe, he's here now. If it's not quick, I'm not doing it. I just want to make sure nothing is wrong / will go wrong with when I'm not home. 7:55:44 on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, he's not a scammer. Half the quick stuff he doesn't even charge me for. 7:56:06 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, he just put the toilet seats on crooked. 7:56:28 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, status, 8:09:02 p.m. on the 28th. And the defendant to John O'Keefe, still here with an emoji, 8:09:18 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, said he's got to go to HD and probably be back mañana. 8:23:56 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, so 8:24:43 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, an emoji, 8:25:02 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, just trying to figure out if I need to be here, 8:25:51 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, what does it need, 8:26:01 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I don't know. He showed me some pieces that were That was all rusted with an emoji. I don't understand half this stuff. 8:26:42 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant on the water heater, 8:26:59 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, yes, 8:27:08 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, tell him to leave it. I'll take care of it Sunday or Monday, 8:28:30 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, no, it's okay. I can either meet him here or just shut off the alarm, 8:28:52 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, he used to work here while I was at work, 8:29:02 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, does he realize it will be whiteout conditions tomorrow a.m., 8:29:32 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, yeah, but he lives right down the road, 8:29:47 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, Karen, this storm is going to be intense. Can't drive, 8:30:19 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, okay, well, if he can't, he can't, 8:30:36 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, I'll do it Monday, 8:30:56 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I better not still have this problem on Monday, 8:31:22 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, you plan on being there, 8:31:43 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I'd to know I can take a hot shower there here if I need to, 8:32:14 p.m. on the 28th. Figured you'd be, from John O'Keefe to the defendant, figured you'd be in Canton until Monday, 8:32:32 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, I'm getting off my phone. Let me know what you're doing, 8:32:54 p.m. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I think the four of us together is toxic to this relationship. Would like to limit it, 8:33:16 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, you said so yourself for probably a year now, 8:33:52 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, blizzard tomorrow, nobody is going anywhere, 8:33:56 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, maybe I'll come back late tonight. Bad snow is in the early a.m., 8:35:14 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I'll head up there in a few min. Let me know if you leave, 8:35:26 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, an emoji, he says sure, 8:35:34 p.m. on the 28th. That was the
I have
last of
so
them.
many things to say.
Yeah, that was a lot.
That was a lot. There are a lot of things to talk about regarding that. Wow.
We're almost done, sir.
And you can feel free to stand.
Okay, thank you, Honor.
So that presentation is a compilation of text messages and phone calls between John O'Keefe and the defendant on January 28, 2022.
Yes, that was.
Aside from that compilation, are there other text messages and phone calls that you've reviewed between John O'Keefe and the defendant that evening, January 28, 2002, going into past midnight, January 29, 2022?
Yes, there's more text messages.
And those text messages and phone calls, are they a separate compilation from this?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, this time I'd ask us to release Trooper Guarino and recall him at a later date.
Yes. All right. There's no objection, Mr. Alessi, correct?
No objection, subject to revenge.
Yes. All right. Thank you very much, Trooper. We'll see you another time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You just leave it. Thanks.
Is this the time for me to see counsel at sidebar?
I think it is, so we can talk
Okay.
about it, Judge. That'd be perfect.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to introduce exhibits or clips 7 through 11.
Are we not doing a sidebar? Yeah, I mean, the fight seemed kind of dumb. It seemed like you know, she's just trying. She seems to be trying, right? She's just trying to
With the board's
establish her
permission, could I
boundary.
begin with
I have so many
7?
things to say.
Yes.
When you walked out of the bar, how many drinks had you had?
I had probably about 4, and not 4 that I completed either. I didn't drink maybe more than a few sips at the Waterfall.
And 4 drinks you felt fine to drive?
Yep.
Clip 8, please.
Okay.
And is the level of intoxication pretty high here for everybody?
It's happy.
Yeah.
It's
So you'd had a lot to drink, right?
I wouldn't say I had like a normal amount. Let's say like a vodka tonic every 40 minutes.
Okay. And so are you feeling like buzzed? And I'm not judging, I'm just trying to get a
Yeah,
sense.
buzzed.
Yeah.
Clip 9, please.
The final count of my alcohol intakes, probably about 5 or 6 or 4. The drinks that they were pouring me at McCarthy's, which is where I consumed most of the alcohol, was the weakest vodka tonic. It tasted just like all soda water with lime. Not that I need it to be a martini, but it might have had a splash of vodka in it. So I said, John, this drink tastes like it has no vodka in it. He said, just get a shot and mix it yourself. So each drink was being counted as a double. So I would get a vodka tonic and then I would pour a shot into it. So that would count as 2. But frankly, it just felt like a regular cocktail. It was just a really weak pour. So I asked for a shot. So for my taste, it just tasted like that's the normal strength of what a drink should be. So I had maybe 2 or 3 that are being counted as 4 and 6. And I don't know. I felt fine. I felt like I was buzzed. And then there was one drink, the last one that was given to me, which I would have counted as 3, but they're counting as my 6th cocktail. The guys that we were with brought around the shots, and they gave me one that I didn't drink, but I poured it in my drink. So that's now my 5th and 6th drinks, with the 7th, which is a shot that all the men did, and I poured it. So that one glass that I'm holding, that I go into the Waterfall with, has 3 drinks in it, a vodka tonic and 2 shots. And which is why John said to me, you're not leaving that drink here, like you haven't touched it and just poured a bunch of vodka. He's like, just take it with you, which is something he always did. So then I go into Waterfall and I put that drink down and I socialize most of the time. So that would have been my 5th, 6th, and 7th drinks. Then John orders me a drink at the Waterfall that I don't drink, that he takes with him. And then there was a round of shots that Chris Howard bought that I did take. So that would have been the night. But I did not consume 9 vodka martinis or take 9 shots.
Ma'am.
Depending on how you count it. And the last 2 drinks I didn't touch.
Clip 10, please.
Ooh, that's not great. No. Yikes.
I mean, I'm not as clear as I would be if I hadn't been drinking. I mean, I had drank, so, and that led me to question, like, could I have hit him? Did I run over his foot or hit him in the knee? Did I incapacitate him? I mean, I always drive with my music blasting ever since I was 16. And I know when John got out of the car to go into Fairview, I know my car was blasting because when I got in it the next morning to go look for him, I had to immediately turn it down. And I don't know, it's stormy. I have had a few cocktails. I didn't black out, but I wasn't as lucid as I would have been if I had gone to bed at 9 and drank a tea. But so I was fuzzier than I would have been if I had had no alcohol.
Clip 11, please.
Should have never done these interviews, girl. Should have never done them. This is not good for you.
I wouldn't have gotten on the expressway. I wouldn't have gotten on the expressway at 12:15 on January 29th. I mean, it was quiet. The roads were very quiet. You can see it on the videos. And I was going, you know, when I've had a few drinks and I drive, I always drive extra slow. So I know my alerts aren't as sharp as they should be. But I shouldn't have been driving. But I don't think I was driving. I know I wasn't driving recklessly. We've got plenty of video of myself driving all over the place. I put my car in John's garage, which is incredibly narrow, and I had a very oversized SUV. You see me. There's a video of me driving through the intersection when we leave Waterfall to go to Brian Albert's, and I was always taught by my father, even when you have a green light, you always should tap the brake. You don't know who's going to run red. And I see me doing that multiple times between 12 and 1 and 5 and 6 a.m. So I know I was driving safely, not as safely or as alert as I would be if I had no alcohol. But I was not driving recklessly by any measure.
Thank you. Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
Oh, that is
Such a bad move.
That's not great, you guys. The jury's not going to like that. I mean, I understand she's doing her different drink math. We got drink math in this trial. As someone who generally drinks liquor when they go out to the bar, having anywhere close to 6 or 7 shots, drinks, whatever. Yeah, that's that's not great. She should have never done that interview. Let's see. She had a chance. Yeah, and no. She might have to. She might have to.
All right, jurors, there was some confusion with counsel regarding witnesses. So those are the witnesses for today. So we're done for today. Counsel assures me that won't happen again, but more importantly, we're on schedule, not going for the rest of the day. Won't interfere with that schedule at all. Looks like
It's noon.
Here, but it looks like it's a beautiful day. You'll have a nice afternoon. Tomorrow we'll be going on a view. So for that, we're comfortable close. We'll be walking around a little bit. We'll be going by bus, and I'll have more instructions for you tomorrow morning. But please follow those instructions. Do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. And we'll see you tomorrow morning. Remember, tomorrow's a half day.
All rise for the
It
court,
hasn't even
please.
been 3.5 hours.
Close your notebooks and follow me.
And they're
Wow.
going to view things tomorrow. So are they even having actual court tomorrow? Because they're having a half day. There's probably going to take the whole half day transporting everybody everywhere. Oh, man. I will say solid of the prosecution for ending the day with those. That's a solid move. I'm going to be honest. All right. Let's see comments because I have not really been paying attention to those. I was so caught up in the text messages and the clips. We do have a lot to talk about, I think. Let's see, though. They might be arguing something after this. So.
Agreed,
Right.
Terry.
Mr. Brennan, have you had an opportunity to think about whether experts should be permitted to either be present or watch the proceeding? And I also want to know, are you expecting to put on any expert testimony tomorrow?
Dr. Fowler will testify tomorrow. I think that should be considered expert testimony. He provides the procedures and protocol for the testing of blood serum.
Okay.
So I think he's technically considered an expert, although one of the briefer ones.
All right. Does the defense want an expert to be able to watch that? All right. So I know we've had a lot going on this morning. Do you want to address this tomorrow? When do you
Thank you,
want to
Buzz.
address whether experts should be present?
I can address it tomorrow morning. I can
All
consider
right,
it.
we'll do that. And have you talked about who you all mean? Like, do you all know who you want to have exempt from the sequestration order?
We haven't got to that detail. I'm sure they have in mind who they want. I haven't gotten to that point yet.
All
We
right.
can have that discussion so that we can present it tomorrow what my position is and address the court on the witnesses.
Sure, we can do that. And then I know you said that you've got an agreement that you'll provide witnesses or a list of witnesses in advance to defense counsel, and I'm sure you'll provide witnesses in advance to Mr. Brennan. Include me on that, please. I just like to know
Very
who's
well.
coming up the next day because I have to prepare as well.
Happy to. Thank you.
Okay? All right, so we'll see you tomorrow morning.
Thank you again.
All right.
All right. Well, look at that. Of course, that's great. They were on a roll. They were on a roll.
Wow.
I do think the prosecution stopped at a good point, though. But OMG, you guys. Where should we start? Should we start with all the texting first?
Yeah.
Let's talk about that. We don't know what went down between Karen and John. It seemed like something happened in the morning where he was kind of a jerk to her. Something about her interaction with the kids. It seemed like she
spoils them, and he gets mad about that.
Which is pretty crazy. And don't get me wrong, she was a little annoying with how much she was trying to get a hold of him. But let me tell you what, she is so much nicer. I was told by prosecution that there'd be vulgarity. Okay. I'm going to let you all know something about me. If that was me and elbow feet, those messages would not have been nice when you're ignoring my phone calls constantly and sending me eye rolls as Llama's emoji class will tell you.
I was about to say the same thing.
Yeah.
The eye rolls would have sent me. I would have been calling his phone too. If my husband had sent me eye rolls when I'm trying to clear up a conversation, I'm trying to get this over with.
And they've been together for like 2 years. So this is not some brand new relationship.
That is not how you communicate with your significant other.
I'm trying to clear up a problem. I'm trying to genuinely talk to you. This is how I'm feeling. And that's what I took from it. She said, look, I feel like I'm trying. I feel like you're fussing at me every time I try. And he's eye roll. It's like he's just dismissing her feelings, and that will set me off. Anyway, but the eye, like, come on, dude.
Well, and it's not like she was saying something like she knows the problem is her with the kids. Well, that's his problem, apparently. Even though it's not that she's bad with the kids, apparently she's too good with the kids, and that's a problem.
Yeah,
I'm questioning that.
And so she's like, okay, maybe we should hang out outside of them, right? She's not even asking him to like.
Said, if I come there, you're going to get mad that they want to talk to me. It's like he's jealous of her relationship with the kids. That's what I kind of got from that.
I mean, no, it's not great that she called a bunch of times, Bells, but
I don't know.
I get it. I get it.
And that's, I think, where everybody's threshold is. If you're blowing me off and you're eye rolling, let me just talk, because tone in text sometimes doesn't go well. I'm trying to talk to you. I want you to hear sometimes that I'm not saying it maybe the way you're reading it.
Yeah.
So it's like, let's talk.
Well, and then she's like trying to make plans with him for the afternoon, and he keeps blowing her off like, I got shit to do, blah, blah, blah. And then when it comes time where he's finally decided he's going to go out for drinks, where are you, Karen? Why aren't you here? You're going to be my ride tonight. Oh, you're not going to be staying at my house all weekend? After he didn't want to talk about the relationship at all during the day and made it seem like something was going on. You guys, this is bullshit couple arguing. It's not all that serious, but them showing that text, I didn't really get this whatever vibe I'm supposed to be getting. I mean, they're both humans. I don't think either one of them's in the wrong, but
I just think it was now that he wanted to talk, and she's like, I have issues. Now it's like, don't you call another plumber? You need me. And it's like, oh, but you need me. You need me. And he kind of sounds like he came off as like I have a savior type thing. No, I need to fix it for you. Like, you know what I'm saying? It was like, And she's
Okay,
like,
the
well, I'm
comment
trying not
where
to bug you.
he,
You've got so much stuff going on, you know? I don't know.
Right.
the comment where he was like, yeah, okay, paraphrasing, yeah, okay, a plumber at 8 o'clock, he better be high, you know,
Winky
that
face.
would have sent me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, she knows
Because,
the guy.
because she texted, are you interested in somebody else? And he's eye rolling and throwing that at her. And then she's like, I have a plumber coming over to fix my, you know, there's no hot water. We're about to have a blizzard.
That's true.
You
Plus
know.
assurance, it is. I don't think any of this has anything to do really with later that night. I mean, yes, they're arguing back and forth, kind of. Clearly, they do have some issues going on, but I don't even think it's like that level of serious because she didn't sound super angry. I would be super angry.
Yeah, it didn't come off super angry because there were no expletives. There
Yeah,
would have been
no
a lot
expletives.
of expletives in my
And it seemed like she was trying to find a situation that's going to work for them for what problems are happening. She's trying to offer a solution and he's just like blowing her off about it, which it's more than a lot of people do, you know. You don't want another man around. Yeah.
These aren't like
Mario as a plumber. What couple doesn't have times of arguing? Of course, right? And again, this is like a level 3 out of 10 intensity level in my book about them having a disagreement, you know. So
it was so up and down. Like it was hard to, because I'm not having like a calm conversation and like a frustrated conversation at the same time, like two separate lines going at the same time. Like the issue needs to get resolved and then other things can be situated.
Yeah. You know, she was very supportive of him in the early mornings, the ones we didn't see that for some reason the cop read, but they weren't on the screen. You know, she was kind of trying to support him and what it's like, you know, with a teenage daughter and all this sort of, well, niece daughter sort of thing. But I don't know. It's not all that serious. I don't think that had anything to do with much of anything. Not great. I called him a dickhole and that was nice. Like I said,
You
I would
apologize to him right now.
Off.
I mean, was he though? You don't have to apologize if he was.
This is how I know Elbow Feet's not listening right now. He must be busy at work because he would be like, oh, yes. She most certainly. The first eye roll emoji you sent me, I would have been like, excuse me?
Well, that was me and Mr. Buffy laying in the bed last night. I was like, man, if they got a hold of our texts or our conversations when we're mad, she's going to jail.
I mean, it does seem like Karen feels he's checking out of the relationship. He kind of said as much. He did. He was like, things haven't been great for a while now. I think it was him. And, you know, she's not trying to let that go. And yes, is she being a little needy and annoying with the constant texts and phone calls? Sure. But I don't see that. Because then he wanted her around later, is all I'm saying. You know, if he was like, didn't want to tell her he was going out the bar and she just randomly showed up like a crazy person. Okay, but that's
maybe.
She didn't know how to deal with a man like him. She wants to resolve it right away. He needed time and he probably would have apologized and explained himself. Yeah, probably eventually.
I mean, but sometimes you have to have the blow up first. Like last weekend, my husband and I had a blow up about a painted wall, about painting a wall. Like, and it was like one of those, like, how, like, why, what, like, you know what I'm saying? It's like, okay, this is a stupid topic, but they can escalate when there are feelings under it's the topic. Yeah. It's not the underlying situation.
Yes. So I have a story. It's never about the pens. It's never about what it is.
There's usually something there, and it sounds like there was a lot of underlying issue between how the kids really latched onto her, and she would do things that he didn't want her to do.
That's true. It's a serious
choice. A long-term commitment. But
you know, and she wanted to set a boundary. Yeah, she wanted to set a boundary about not coming over to the house. because she didn't feel comfortable. She wasn't wanting to make things worse, and he wasn't hearing her and was like, I told you to come over all day. Now, oh, this isn't about me. Wolfie is around. He might be a few minutes behind. She doesn't come off angry. She comes off as used to this behavior. So it shows that this is how he acts normally. I mean, I think it's both of them. I don't know. I'm guilty of not answering once the phone call has begun to blow up. I don't like being unheard, so I need the time to say, yeah, I mean, they don't need to be, going at it, but I don't know. I just thought it was really interesting. Those texts.
I don't have much to contribute to this one. B and I have a super young marriage, so we're not there yet.
Perfect.
No, but we're just.
I mean,
yeah. I mean, Ella and I have been together for like.
It has a lot to do with
years,
personalities. What is the dynamic of your relationship? Can you like yell at each other? Some people can just yell and cuss, and nobody really takes it personally.
No, that was one of the things when we were dating. I was like, this is not. I don't do this.
And some people do. Like I mean, sometimes I can say not nice words, but like nobody goes, oh my God, you said that word, you're cussing at me. We just like, that's how we talk.
Yeah. I mean,
it's not great. I'm not saying that, but like, we don't take it like we don't, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, man, it's just an exclamation point at the end of a sentence for us. It's never really like a personal attack.
Yeah, I mean, we always have apologies afterwards. And
No. And we can do that. And you make up afterwards. Really, like, okay, sorry. Like, yeah, okay, that, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's, or we just feel like, yeah, that was kind of not great. But yeah, we're good, right? Yeah, we're good. Let's go eat dinner,
Yeah. I don't really think the prosecution reading all those really, I don't really care about any of that. It didn't do anything for me. At all, really.
And they didn't show the videos at CF McCarthy's yet, which I thought that's what they were going to start with, or like, because they showed the video inside of it, but they didn't show Karen.
Oh, yeah.
Karen, because they were like close and, hanging on each other a little bit. So clearly whatever happened was taken care of, but we haven't gotten there yet. So.
That's true. And I don't even know if we'll get there tomorrow because they said it was going to be like a blood expert or whatever tomorrow.
Yeah, I don't understand the order here.
Stupid. Sam says I hold everything in until I explode and then my tongue can become like a sword. But thankfully we always make up, which can be the best part. Yeah.
And you don't know, was Karen holding it all in? Had this been like, when was the last time they had this argument? When, I don't know. That's
a good point.
I mean, we don't know. We don't know anything before that. But the order of witnesses is perplexing.
Today could be
just overall.
That was kind of a banger of an ending of the day by the prosecution, in my opinion. So what do you guys think about those interview clips? Ugh, I don't think it's great.
Poor choices, man.
Yeah, I don't really.
How they overcome it.
Yeah, that's tough.
But
that is very tough.
But we have a whole lot of trial to go through, and we still have the defense.
Sure.
And this is all being played at the very beginning of trial before we brought in the investigation and other people's testimonies. So maybe, I mean, they're going to play in the jury's head for now, but maybe later, like, I mean, when you're on week 6 of trial as opposed to day 2 of trial, how much do you actually, you know what I'm saying? Like,
but the problem is that by doing those interviews, in my opinion, Karen has just destroyed her credibility. Because she says, I was tipsy. I wasn't, as cognizant as it could be. Her saying, I at least wouldn't have driven on a highway because of how much I had to drink is crazy.
Yeah, I think that really will get her the DUI charge. And I think that's probably what they've at least proved. But have we, they haven't yet proved that she hit John.
No, not yet.
Let's maintain perspective. That's the murder charge. You know what I'm saying? So we got DUI at least because she did admit it. maybe.
See, it's
We'll
one
have a
thing
good
if
laugh.
everyone else says that, oh, Karen seemed drunk, out of it. It's like one thing, but for her to kind of admit how much she had been drinking, the fact that she was like, oh, everyone makes the number bigger, but it was double shots, so that's one shot, and it was weak to meet. Girl, those are not good statements. Okay.
No. That's what I
Not
said.
good statements.
If anything, yeah, DUI charged probably, but we still got to prove murder. So we're just going to have to see what they bring.
Because listen, I'm
It
a
makes
double
me
rum
not
and
think
Coke
she's a
girl.
liar. Oh, yeah.
That's true. I mean, don't get me wrong. She is being clearly honest and not thinking of the consequences of what she's saying in these interviews. And I will give her that, but it's stupid.
Well,
What are you telling? You're telling me you went to a bar y'all regularly go at, you're all cops, and they gave you a weak drink at the bar? No, they didn't. Get out of here. Get out of here. They all knew the bartenders. You ain't getting a weak drink. Come on. Yeah, that's just not. I would drive home on the back roads and avoid the highway. I mean, do people? She just shouldn't have admitted it.
I was a cop's daughter and was too terrified to do anything at all because we lived in the town where he was on the force, and I just hell no.
Right, and then he said something, and back to the text. He said he's all worried about driving in a blizzard tomorrow when she needs her plumbing fixed, but it's fine. Come pick me up and take me back to a house party when the blizzard starts. Like, what? Okay.
It is conflicting.
Sense. I would have sent him an eye roll emoji. Oh my goodness.
Oh.
He just needed a ride.
Yeah, that's not great. That's not great because it sounds like she likes to drink drinks like I do. All right. And I know, and she is a tiny person, you know. And we don't know. So at like what, 5 o'clock, it was between like 4 or 5 o'clock in the text messages. She says, I'm thinking about getting a drink or whatever. And he like hints, he's kind of a dick about it. Like, go do what you need to do or whatever. But like, we don't know if she was drinking before she left the house either.
But he also was drinking too.
Oh, yeah.
Because remember, he's like, I'm sober or something. I'm just now getting sober. And it's like,
hungover.
Oh, hungover. Oh.
Yeah.
Well,
I think that's what he meant was sober, hungover ish, which would explain they were drinking the night before. So what was this argument about at 8 a.m? You know, she's probably annoyed with whatever behavior that is. Probably obnoxious.
I think I know that everybody here likes to drink a lot and probably nightly.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that was the first half of the court this morning was rather boring. The second half of this morning really shows some things. It shows kind of the dynamic of what's been going on between John and Karen that day. Again, my opinion, it doesn't show much of anything. And then those interview clips. Oh. Would you guys as a juror need her to get on the stand?
No, not at this point. I don't know. Not at this point. I feel like there's so much trial left. Just to
yeah, sure.
I feel like there's so much because we haven't brought Proctor, we haven't brought Jen, we haven't brought Buchanan, we haven't brought like Link, we haven't brought in so much that just makes you go, okay, this really isn't about that. Like,
oh, she is getting that.
I mean,
DUI
this is day
charge.
3.
She's gonna be found guilty on that DUI charge. There's no way around that.
Well, I mean, I feel like
it's so hypocritical
away
because
from a murder charge with just a DUI. I mean,
for sure. For
cool.
sure.
Where do I pay my fine?
But I just hope she accepts the fact that she's.
Oh, I think they'll be happy if they get away with. I mean, if you're going up for second degree and I walk away with a DUI, like,
I used to drink. I still do, but I used to do. Polly says I would never encourage her to get on the stand. Her personality is too hit or miss. Yeah, seeing her in these interviews. I mean, I don't know if I dislike her.
Think we should get on the stand. I think they should just let these statements just disappear, because I feel like we have so much trial. There's so much information yet to be disseminated that we just kind of let these just let it go. Like,
I mean, today was the first day of direct evidence with the text messages, so we haven't had any direct evidence like that yet. So
I think you just kind of let those fade to the background.
But those didn't the one choice the prosecution makes is good.
Those didn't come into much later in the trial last time, so I don't know
the text.
Yeah, those much later.
I'd like to know the thought behind all of their planning for this, the witnesses, the evidence.
Yeah, that's what I can't figure out.
It is interesting. Oh boy.
I can't figure out why the order of witnesses, because the story is not, I don't know. I was hoping it was going to be chronological. If they were like, okay, let's set up what happened earlier in the day. Then let's go into CF McCarthy's. Let's go into the Waterfall. Let's go into bringing the other cops that were at the scene. Like, let's start the linear line here, like drawing your dots.
Yeah.
But we're going to a blood splatter, like next. It's like text messages after death. Like, no, tell this. Oh no.
Yeah, like why bring on that Mike guy, Michael? I forget what his Michael C. I know his last name started with the C. You know, he just established that John and him ended up being at the bar, and Karen went to meet him. Well, we could have figured that out from the text messages.
Well, so last time in the trial, they brought him in to set that Karen was there at CF McCarthy's with him. They saw each other, and that's when they showed the video of the drinks. And they brought in the bartender who poured the shots, and we watched the video. Like we went linear. We met this guy. We met up with these drinks. Bring in the bartender. Bartender talks about like stuff, and then like how many drinks. They count the drinks on the video. That's why I said, are we going to count count drinks? Like it went. Then it shows them leaving and going to the Waterfall. And then we went to the Waterfall. Like, it was very easy to navigate the series of events and how they unfolded. Even though we started off with the crime scene, we started off with like everything, like the paramedics and all that stuff. And then the cops. And then we went into that. So it was like, okay. It's like starting in at the end and then opening, like, we found the dead body, blah, blah, blah. And then 6 hours earlier. And then I don't understand the jumping. I don't know if that can be bad for the jury.
It would be for me. I want to watch the bar videos next. You established the bar videos. You told me they're there. You got the people on the stand to say they're there. Why am I not?
That's a logical next step.
Yeah.
Well, and that's why my confusion is like, okay, I don't know what the plan is here. If you're trying to establish your case, you have to paint the picture for the jury. So is Brennan shooting himself in the foot with this? Like, not drawing light? Are they not gonna be able to like piece everything together? I don't know.
No,
or
I mean,
are they trying to mess up the defense? And I can't understand if he's cutting off his nose to spite his face. And that's what I'm wondering.
Could be both. I mean, now granted, the thing with experts, and you see that in trials a lot of time, is the experts' availability. Sometimes they have to shuffle witnesses around to meet when an expert, because they usually got to fly them in and shit, and days get messed up. And that's fine, except for the rest of this story is all over the place. So it's not helpful in the slightest.
Yeah, if you don't already know what you're watching, and presumably the jury doesn't, because they're supposed to have no real, I can figure it out because I know it, but like I know what order these went in, like I know what everything is referring to, but like if you didn't watch the previous trial and have no prior knowledge of specifics, which presumably the jury doesn't, I just don't understand it. I just
Maybe
don't.
confusing is the plan. Felix says, who wants to
But
bet
what's
that
the plan? What's the end
it'll
game?
be a hung jury? Here's what I think so far in the case, right? We don't have all the evidence, right? But I definitely think she's probably going to be found guilty of the DUI. That is for sure. That is the easiest choice they can make, right? I mean, that's pretty, there's no way she was under the legal limit drinking that much, even in that many hours. That's not that many hours, guys. That's not how science works. I think that when it comes to second-degree murder, I don't know if people are going to be able to reach anonymous on that. And the manslaughter, I think might be that would be if they were able to convince the jury, they'll probably pick that one.
Kelly, court is over for today.
So sorry, Kelly. Oh my gosh, yeah. I should just say it's possible. I don't know if they have the proof for manslaughter yet, or that they haven't even touched it in this case yet.
There are so many witnesses to go through.
Right. There's so much to go through. But the DUI for sure, that's happening. Oh, be careful with the eye roll emojis.
Boy, I'm already on fire.
I'm just kidding.
Kelly, she's coming for me early.
Yeah. I do kind of think they're also throwing off the defense a little bit to make them feel less prepared, but most of these are the same witnesses. So,
well, if you're expecting to, because they've had to go back and change their line of questioning because their theory of the case has changed.
That's true.
So, like before, it was Karen Reed was framed. Now they're kind of not really going with that. They're discrediting a lot of the witnesses. They're attacking a lot of their previous testimony and stuff like that. So they're going in a little differently as compared to last trial.
Oh, they're aggressively trying to prove reasonable doubt.
Well,
that is their entire strategy.
That is the best way. Last time it was a little bit of a high bar to reach because you have to convince 12 people. And that's a lot. I mean, if you
that somebody else did it and that it was framed, but reasonable doubt, which that's a good way to go.
Yeah, and that's
what it's about anyway.
Right. But it sounds like they had the order of witnesses messed up. That's what I understood from Bev when she closed out. Auntie Bev, when she closed out, she's like, there was a confusion on the, what witnesses were going to be. So they weren't prepared for this.
Look who's joined us. Is she coming on? I think she is. There she is.
I am
Terry.
so mad. I am mad.
You're so mad.
Oh, I love Mad Terry.
Yeah.
What the hell is wrong with Bev and these prosecutors not having their witnesses there?
I know.
I mean,
okay, so was the witnesses? Wait, so the witnesses? It was they didn't bring their witnesses, or the witnesses they were supposed to. Okay, so it wasn't that the defense.
No, because today was supposed to be a full day. Like Bev said that yesterday. Today would be a full day. Start on time.
I heard her say this shouldn't happen again. Do you agree that all of your witnesses will be here on time? So that led me to believe somebody's not there. And I look like hell on camera, but that's okay.
Oh, no, you don't. You look fine.
I'm irritated because I rearranged my afternoon so that I could watch all day.
Oh, no.
So rude.
That is commitment.
I mean,
and support. And we appreciate you.
Not happy at all.
Yeah. What did
sounds
you
like
think,
me, though.
Carrie, about what we did see today with the text? And what's your opinion on the text that you saw today and the interviews clips?
I mean, she doesn't look good. I mean, I still think her attorneys. Oh, thank you, Felix. I do think. Oh, blessed assurance. Yeah, you might need to go get your eyes checked, but thank you.
I got glasses now.
I got
and you
on
look great.
no makeup on except for eye makeup. I think her defense team really needs to reconsider why they ever let her do those interviews, why they sought out these interviews, because it's not a good look for her. On the other hand, because I like to play devil's advocate, I like that she's being honest in saying, I drank a lot, I tried to drive on the back roads, because that to me gives her a little bit more credibility, because she could have lied and said, oh, I wasn't
Totally
that
sober.
drunk. I mean, so she could have, so she gets, I give her bonus points for that. I do.
It's a double-edged sword.
It's a double-edged sword. But on the other hand, it makes me think, if she's not going to lie about that, why would she lie about the broken tail light and all of those things?
It's a fair point. Fair point.
So-
but then you run into the theory that she didn't even actually mean to hit him, that it was an accident, that she didn't even know she did it and she just left. That kind of that leaves that option.
It does,
kind of
but
open.
I think about the time I was drinking, and I literally had only had like 2 or 3 glasses of wine over several hours, but I hit a raccoon. I felt that raccoon.
Oh yeah, I've hit a possum before.
I mean, how would you not know you hit a 6-foot something man?
I mean, I hit a lamppost once and I wasn't drunk.
Did you know that you hit it, but you could tell you hit it?
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. She would have felt that she hit it.
Oh, yeah.
So even drunk, you know?
I backed out of my garage, just like Karen did in that video where they're saying like she backed out of her garage and hit his truck. I actually did that. And it cracked the crap out of my taillight. Like, yeah, had to replace it. So, and that was just because I'm not used to having his truck parked right behind me. I'm used to just leaving. So I didn't even look up. I just went back and I went,
Felix. But it made me think about way back in the day, there was this newspaper thing called Dear Abby. I'm sure everybody's heard of Dear Abby, but there was a guy who had gone out for happy hour with friends. He didn't go out much and he drank a whole lot and he went home. Wife put him to bed. The next morning he went out to go to work and somebody had written into Dear Abby. He went out and he looked at the front of his car and he had hit a person and they were in the grill of the car. Even he knew he had hit something. If I remember the article, he said something, or he told his wife, he was like, I thought I just hit a tree branch that was real windy, a bag or something.
A bag?
But he hit something, well, like a bag of trash or something. But even in that drunk state, he knew he hit something. So I don't know how she would have not known. She backed into it.
I mean, a person is, I mean, they do a lot of damage to a car. You ever hit a dog? I mean, I have never hit a dog, but people do. And I mean, even certain birds on the side, I don't know, like living in the country, those things will tear your car up.
Yeah. So I don't know. My big thing is her defense. In any defense attorney out there, do not let your person do. And even if you're going to file an appeal, you know, they've been convicted and they're going to file appeal. Don't. And that's why so many times on like Dateline, you hear the attorney say, don't answer that. Don't answer that.
But these are smart attorneys. These aren't like bottom of the barrel attorneys. Like this is AJ's a like big
I know.
shot.
And I would assume she had at least one of them.
They were
with her
present
at
They were with her. They
every
were
interview.
present.
Yeah.
I watched them last night, just so everybody knows. I went down that rabbit hole and watched them all.
The 2020 and the ID one?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I
It was
watched those.
Dateline and ID. But on the other hand, I appreciate she was honest because I think so many of us, our first reaction would be, I had a couple of drinks, but I was really okay.
Mhm.
But then
Yeah.
maybe I what, so
Mhm. It's a risk. It's a risk. They took a huge
they did.
risk.
But the
'cause
prosecutor landed well, I think, today.
I
I
think he
think
I think he
they
did.
got some bonus points. But Buffy, I need you to call somebody and tell them to do this in a different order.
Go
Because
file a
if I
complaint.
didn't know what was going on, I would be so lost. I'm a
Mhm.
little bit lost,
Yeah.
but I can imagine the people who know nothing.
Yeah.
See, I
That's totally
I
true.
wasn't gonna go there, but
Go.
my opinion is she did not hit him. It's a bad
Okay.
look. She needs a DWI. She needs some
Mhm.
consequences for that. I do not think she hit him.
Well,
I
if
do not
you
think.
heard the ARCA witnesses, you're on the same page because ARCA's like, no. And the ME. And like, yeah.
I called
Well,
a
for
friend
sure.
who's a police officer. He's a detective and he does homicides. And I said, I don't want to tell you why I'm asking, but I want to know your thoughts.
Mhm.
He goes, there are some corrupt police officers and they are punishing her because they don't want their dirty secrets to come out. He goes,
Mhm.
she did not hit this guy. He goes,
I
I couldn't
agree.
watch it all. He goes, but I went down rabbit holes with it.
Mhm. That's
So
interesting.
So my husband feels exactly the same. I mean, I can see the arguments on both sides, but it's really hard to put down the ARCA like, and that's why I want to know what happens with ARCA. That's why Brennan's fighting so hard to keep
he
their
is. He
testimony
put
out.
in.
Because even though he's like, we're welcome the ARCA, I welcome their testimony. No. He's
Oh, no,
fighting hard for a reason. He doesn't want that in because
Llama
they're
just,
like,
I'm done. Terry showed up. I'm out.
well, Llama's like, done. Yeah,
Okay,
ARCA,
on a
they don't
wild
want
note,
ARCA.
has anybody ever have a keratin treatment done? I had one done yesterday. You can't wash your hair for 2 days, and your hair feels like it's got 2 weeks of dirt in it, and I can't
Oh
curl it.
no.
Like tonight for TWC, this is the same hair. I mean, I can't do anything with it until tomorrow
Your
night,
timing
Friday
was
night.
off.
No, I got to get ready for next weekend.
The in
No,
person. Come on.
But
I'm
I
not
do
fancy
think
with my hair. I
I've
cut
never
my
done
own
it.
hair. I box dye my hair.
I did until I had to start going blonde because of the gray. I do because of those interviews. I almost wish Karen would be brave and get on the stand.
I think
But
she needs to shut up.
I think she needs to shut up.
I think
but
she's said enough.
I need her on the stand because I need to cross-examine her because I have so many questions for her.
Well, that's the thing
And
is my understanding with the DUI is they did not.
they didn't.
They did math or something to find like
Right.
Yeah, they
she
did.
wouldn't have opened her mouth. They did not have what
Yeah.
they actually needed to secure a DUI charge, in my opinion.
I mean,
They-
they
She just
can't,
handed
except
it to
for
them
she's
on a silver platter.
self-admitting it.
Uh-huh.
But you still, but
Between the
I
videos
don't
at the
know.
bar and the self-admitting it, you just sign the deal yourself.
And that's the other
really.
thing. Don't let yourself get on camera doing all that.
But they didn't take a beat. They didn't do
Yeah.
any blood testing at the scene or anything. They took the blood at the hospital once she got
And then they did that
section.
calculation thing.
And then they did a backwards analysis of what it would have been based on what it was at that time, which everybody
I don't
was-
think that would have been enough for me to be like, yeah.
But everybody metabolizes things differently
Right.
based on medications, based on size. But I mean,
Yeah.
so there's
And
a
I
lot of
think the
variables
text
too.
messages, I liked them because I'm nosy that way.
Me too.
But like I said, if people read the text messages between me and Double H, and I'm sorry, I'm that person that when we're having an argument, we're going to talk about now. You're not walking away from me. We're
Yeah.
going to do this now.
I believe
And I've
that.
had to learn after 23 years that doesn't work well for him.
Mm.
And I don't ever want to push him against the wall like that because I'm not going to like the outcomes and I'm not going to get my way. So I let him walk off and cool off. But I don't think those text messages show a dysfunctional thing. I think
No.
it shows normal.
I think it's growing pains in a relationship. She's trying to
It
find
is.
where she fits, and like she's trying to, get with the. She wants to get with the, like, usually you have women going, I don't want to be around your kids. I just want it to be us. And she's like,
Right.
That's kind of what I had assumed might have been the case, actually.
I know,
But
right?
no, it
But
wasn't at
didn't
all. It
I
was
hear
just
someone say
Brisbane.
he was a player to some degree?
I've heard
Wow.
that, but I don't know that to be true.
I mean, because I thought I had heard that or read that somewhere. So it made me wonder, was he having growing pains because he's now a dad, which was new, but now he's in this relationship. So he's balancing being a dad and used to being this single guy that's always with this person one-on-one and now having to share that attention of his.
I mean, maybe.
Well,
Kelly's-
he sounded like he was very jealous of the attention Karen was getting from the
Karen was
kids. And
getting
so
from
now it's not all him. Like he's having to share that.
Gross.
Yeah, that's what
And-
I've heard. All the women fawned over him, but I don't know if it was like the other way around, right? Like, I don't
No, but
know.
I'm sure what man doesn't like that attention and know, come on, a cute
Who
guy
doesn't?
knows he's a cute guy. I'm just saying, they know. They know.
Why didn't his friends from the bar take him home? Because he demanded that. Well, didn't demand. That's not the right word, but
He
assumed.
expected.
he did.
He expected. He had expectations.
Yeah.
I want to know opinions because I thought about this at 3:00 this morning when I woke up. I think
Oh, we're
Jen
up
was
at
Why do
3
we
in the
all wake
morning.
up at 3 a.m.?
because I get up to go to the restroom anytime between 2:30 and 3. My body
Same
just
girl.
I was up at 3. Buffy was up at 3. You were up at 3.
were y'all? See, I haven't.
Yeah.
I had y'all on, but not in my ears because I was on a call with my boss, and that's when I screen shared. And yeah, but anyway, she was okay with it.
It's fine.
But
Oh, Lord.
my thing is what I thought of. I think Jen was hoping he would be interested in her. And
I don't know much about that situation, but I could see that.
I think she was interested, and I think if he would have shown interest in her, I don't think she would have stayed married.
Mm.
I think she would have jumped ship for him.
Oh, I
She was,
cannot wait for her testimony.
I know, but I'm sorry. I have friends who've gotten their kids, didn't have kids. I call and check on them. Not like that. She was a little too
Oh, you mean
much.
Carrie?
Carrie. Yes,
Yeah.
not Karen. Sorry, Carrie. I think Carrie wanted him and would have.
Yeah, Carrie did a lot of, I'm running to the store. Do you want that? I'm like, that's what I said. My husband would have been like, are you married to him or me? Like,
My husband
no,
would have
no.
done this. My husband would have been like, okay, that's a bit much. I mean, taking the kids, doing that kind of thing. But, I'm going to the store. You need me to pick you up anything? That's
Not my man.
I'm sorry. I think she had designs on him. Is that the nice way? I think she wanted him, but I think she would have.
I think
Well,
she
I
was
think
flirty.
I called into question that, Karen thinks something's happened. The only people at the scene were all women. And like their husbands were friends with John and none of them came out.
But they
I
were
thought
all
that was
had been
kinda weird.
drinking, right? So that maybe they
Yeah,
were at
I
home
guess.
passed out.
Jen was drinking too.
That's
That's right,
Carrie's the
Jen.
only one that her husband went to the bar, right? I think Carrie said her husband went out.
Her husband
but
was
she
with
didn't
them?
go out.
She didn't go out.
Jen
was
Maybe.
there. So was her husband. I think
But the
her husband was
men,
there too. Matt McCain.
I think they had alliances to John, and I think they knew what happened, and they didn't want to be there for that. But that's just my crazy mind.
Also don't know.
All the people who was at the party didn't go to the yeah. It
We
was
also dated in high school. Who dated in high school?
Well, Jen was there. She was at the party. So
Jen and John didn't, or no, Jen and John, didn't they go to
Karen-
prom or no, Carrie and John go to prom together or something? Or was it Jen he went to prom with? He went to prom with somebody on there.
Oh.
Somebody went to prom with John.
They
mentioned it.
Interesting.
Carrie mentioned it, but I don't remember if she said she did or if Jen did. Carrie did. So Carrie
Belle
went
says
to prom with John.
So did Lady in Gray. I believe them. They're smarter than me.
Was he her first love? Was he her high school one? And now she had an opportunity to.
Interesting.
So, did they say anything about Carrie being on Good Morning America?
No.
No.
Because I called and left 2 different messages. I called the prosecution, the defense attorney, and I called the courts and left a message for the court reporter.
Oh, Terry.
And nobody has called me back.
Rude.
I still think it's
I
crazy.
want to know why they're not saying anything about that. Or is maybe the defense going to wait and bring it up when they get their chance?
Well, they already did their cross with Carrie.
No, but when they go to be their side, will they? Because didn't they ask to keep her
like
to
recall her back? Yes. Sorry, I know what you mean now. For their
maybe they
case.
wanted some time to.
Well, if she's going on one interview, she'll probably go on others.
I mean, this is
there
why
a gag
Terry
order in
should
place?
not watch trials.
Well, there's a gag order in place on the attorneys, but witnesses aren't supposed to be talking.
But Karen's done interviews, so there can't.
But
there
not
could be
while
that kind of.
Not while trial was going on.
Yeah,
She was doing the freaking.
Oh, they were filming the
documentary.
documentary, but it wasn't released during trial.
Doesn't matter. That's still a gag. Like, you're not supposed to talk to nobody about anything in a gag order, like anybody. So I don't know.
No, for the first trial, I'm talking about this trial. There was a gag order.
Oh, sorry, I missed the second
For the
trial part.
attorneys.
Oh, okay, just for the attorneys only, probably.
Believe so.
I mean, I think Carrie going on Good Morning. I still haven't watched it. Maybe I'll watch that since it's going to be a short day today. I'm just surprised that they didn't bring that up, because they do ask that in trials sometimes, right? They'll be like, did you do that interview because you want your 15 minutes of fame? Is that why you did that?
I have heard that several times.
I mean, yeah, right. They've done it in numerous trials of people talking to discredit them and make it seem like they have an ulterior motive.
I think what they were hoping was that, and this is speculation, I don't know this for sure, that they were hoping they would get more attention and maybe it would put the pressure on like the DA to like back off. Like it would stimulate, like, I don't know, a little bit of attention and put a little pressure on, like, maybe we're going too hard. Let's back off of it. There's a lot of uproar about this. Back down the chart. And I think it made them double down.
We should watch it here together.
Hey,
Amos, if you're listening, will you find the Good Morning America that we're talking about? We can.
I just Googled, was Carrie violating a gag order on the Free Karen Reed Facebook page. I didn't open the page. It just says Baha. The day before her testimony, Carrie went on Good Morning America despite the gag order.
Oh.
So did they film it the day before and then didn't air it till the next day?
I don't know, but can we find it so we can watch it?
Yeah.
And
my
judge?
afternoon's clear now. I guess I'll just have to work on stuff for future.
Because I haven't seen it, and I don't.
I haven't
Twitter.
seen it.
So if it's on Twitter, I don't know. I don't Twitter.
I'll look at. Amy may not be at the computer right now, so
I don't.
I
do
suppose I can do it.
Twitter is a cesspool.
That's why I don't have any social media.
Oh,
And on
girl.
a different note, Buffy, just to let you know, Amazon sent me a $25 thank you gift card.
For what?
For what?
For reporting that ad.
Oh.
For reporting
Nice.
that ad. For
The one you put in our. That's crazy.
Mhm.
That's awesome.
Cool.
I know. I was all excited.
All right,
They
here
were
we go.
like,
I got
Thanks
it,
for
you
letting
guys.
us know there's a family annihilator on our items.
Yeah.
Last week.
Yeah, that picture was crazy. I was so glad you sent that. Oh my goodness.
Oh.
Somebody sent it to me because they know that I'm that person that's going to call or do something about it.
Oh,
'cause
she's
I'm
gonna
just
go
weird.
knock on a random person's door who's accused of murder. Just that person.
I will be doing that next week.
Okay. So here. Oh, next week. Okay, good to know.
She's
All right.
She's that person.
So this aired. Oh, I don't know. When did it air? Let me look.
She's
again.
got more guts than me.
This came out on YouTube one day ago. Yesterday they posted this on YouTube. I'm assuming it was live on their channel in the morning. That's usually how that works. Oh, it's train time, everybody.
Take a drink.
Choo-choo. All right. So who's this? George Stephanopoulos, right? Isn't that his name?
Mm-hmm.
Let's see what George has to say.
Witness in the Camerano-John
Oh, wait, hold on.
trial.
Let me just make the volume better for y'all before Belle starts yelling at me. Okay.
Who took the stand yesterday during the first day of testimony. She was with Reed when they found the body of her Boston police officer boyfriend. She spoke with our chief national correspondent, Matt Gutman. Good morning, Matt.
Hey, good morning, George. Kerry Roberts is arguably the most important witness in this trial, but she agreed to speak with us because she wants to refocus attention on the actual victim in this case. That's her childhood friend, John O'Keefe, the Boston cop who adopted his toddler-age niece and nephew when his sister and brother-in-law tragically
I would not
died.
call
A
her the
prankster
witness.
who would help you at the drop of a hat.
Absolutely not.
Arriving in court for the first day of her second murder trial, Karen Reed addressing her supporters.
I'm always confident in my team.
Reed's defense team maintains she's innocent, the victim of a law enforcement cover-up. But prosecutors allege Reed, drunk and angry, knowingly slammed her SUV into her boyfriend, police officer John O'Keefe, outside a get-together at another cop's home, leaving him to die in a blizzard in January of 2022. And this morning, one of the trial's key witnesses, Kerry Roberts, John O'Keefe's lifelong friend, speaking to the media for the first time, exclusively to GMA.
You're obviously one of the key witnesses for the entire case. Why are you speaking out now on the eve of Karen's second trial?
I think people have forgotten John in general. He is the victim. He's lost his life. He's not coming back.
Roberts took the stand yesterday and will continue testifying today. She is a critical witness for the prosecution because she was the first person Karen Reed called at 5 a.m. the morning of the blizzard trying to find John.
Can you tell me what she said, what Karen told Kerry that morning when she called?
I believe she said, was that the
That
first
guy's-
time she called John's dead?
From the HBO doc.
Kerry relayed to Brendan Kane, a longtime friend of John's, the contents of her call that morning with Karen Reed.
When Karen called Kerry, she was histrionic, screaming, John's dead, John's dead. I think you get hit by a plow. Kerry, John's dead. Is that right?
The first phone call was John's dead. Then she hung up.
So that early morning, Kerry picked up Karen and another O'Keefe friend,
That's Jennifer
Jennifer McCabe.
McCabe.
I knew of her. I had met her once, and that was it.
They drive to the house where Karen dropped John off. It's dark in a blinding blizzard.
It was so snowy, you couldn't see. And as we were driving, Karen would lean in between us, and she was frantic. I mean, she knew John was missing, so she was frantic about it, as I would be. And then we turned to pull down Fairview, and she saw him on the lawn, and I didn't.
Kerry quickly joins Karen on the lawn, and the two women perform CPR on John until police arrive.
We went to go find him and make sure he got home okay. And when you find him and he's not okay, it was pretty hard.
Kerry and John's were friends since childhood. So was Brendan Kane.
He was a diehard Celts, Sox, Bruins, Pats fan. Name it, Boston sports. He was obsessed.
O'Keefe became a cop like his grandfather, staying close to his family, including his sister Kristen. When she and her husband died within months of each other, John took his niece and nephew in as his own. Carrie was his right hand.
It was like all hands on deck when they would go to dance recitals and stuff, father-daughter dances. I would do their hair and get the boutonniere and get the corsage, and he did a great job. This was one of my best friends.
In the 3 years since Reed was arrested, the town of Canton has been transformed. Neighbors have taken sides. Witnesses have been harassed. For the crime of?
Telling the truth.
Answering the phone.
It's my friend. I'm not going to not help. It's all about which side are you on? We're John's closest friends and family, and we're still haven't been able to grieve because of all of this. It's all lost on this circus.
Why did John want to become a cop?
Johnny believed in fairness. Johnny believed in justice. And he'd be appalled at where we are 3.5 years later.
I'll give him that.
Carrie Roberts is part of a group of witnesses whose testimony points to Karen knowing that she hit John O'Keefe with her car. And one key difference that we picked up on this time, the defense still says that there was a botched investigation and a cover-up. But this time around, they're no longer hinting that there was some sort of big police conspiracy afoot. Now, it's unclear how long this trial will last. That first trial took 9 weeks. So buckle up, guys.
Could be a long time. Okay, Matt, thank you.
The reason I went to Nubia in the first place.
Okay. I mean, it wasn't anything she didn't say on the stand.
What I found interesting, she didn't answer what Karen said to her on the phone. The guy said it for her. Instead of her telling what she heard, he basically gave us hearsay because he had to turn to her and say, "Is that right? Why didn't she speak it?"
Llama, you're muted.
Nope, you're still muted.
Sorry, the recycling truck is out there. So I was like, oh, that's probably pretty loud. Sorry. She said that, you know, she was frantic, Karen was frantic, and, you know, she would be too if this was her husband. Different vibe she gave on the witness stand. A completely different vibe. In this interview, she's like understanding of the franticness of it. On the stand, she makes it seem like Karen's being a fucking crazy person. It's very.
But why in the interview did she not say what was said on the phone call? Why did the guy say it instead of her?
I don't know. It's a good question. He was in the HBO documentary too, but that's not her husband, right?
No,
it's
his friend. That's just a friend. He was in the HBO documentary too.
Yeah. Oh boy, that was. I don't know what you're thanking me for. Is it for the recycling truck? If it was, I apologize. It's still there. Usually they come early in the morning, so
it's not that loud.
Okay,
I think so.
That's her brother. That's Carrie's brother.
It's not his brother.
No,
Paul O'Keefe is his brother.
Oh yeah. That is definitely not his brother. That's also sitting in the court, like
brother,
a guy in the courtroom. Paul's pretty good looking. So,
that's what I said, and everybody's like, "Really?"
I mean, he's a good looking guy. He's
I
not,
thought so
fucking
too.
Brad Pitt or anything, but I mean, he has good genes. Look at the cheekbones and jaw structure, and he's like 6'4".
I'm just saying.
They won't stream them going on their little field trip, will they?
No.
Can't Nate follow them or something?
It's not wise to do so.
No, they're probably got a buffer zone going on for that.
Yeah, because they don't want the jurors to be photographed or on video or things like that, and they can't control that out in the public. So if you're a good, respectable journalist, you won't follow them. If you're a garbage investigative reporter,
I didn't think about that. We need to protect the jurors.
Yeah, I mean, it's just for juror integrity, right? Like, we want a fair trial. So,
yeah, there's no way to make sure they're not put on camera. That's
actually, normally in the few that I've seen where they went to do the scene, they haven't even announced it publicly. That's what
why
they were
I
doing.
asked, because I didn't think they announced when they were going. That's why I was surprised that
sometimes. Yeah,
I'm pretty sure that place is going to be locked down.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure.
I like Polly. At TMZ, there are different standards.
Different standards. Yeah. I mean, I don't think people should do anything that could impede this being a fair trial. Doesn't matter
Agreed.
what side you feel like you're on or whatever. It doesn't matter. Like, everybody wants a fair trial, so don't do anything to fuck it up. Okay? Be great. Thanks. Oh, there's Paul O'Keefe. That's John's brother, Elbow
Yeah.
Feet.
I mean, good looking, good looking guys. What do you, Llama and Buffy, think? When do you think this trial's going to end? Do you think it's going to be June, July?
Well, they said 6
May?
to 8 weeks, which would put us at the beginning of June.
Right.
I saw
But
that
last time they
the
went out.
deliberation took like a week or so. And I don't know, because as Buffy has clued us in, we don't know how many witnesses they're going to have this time because they're doing it wildly different. So maybe they don't
Right.
call a bunch of people.
Everybody. Now, Lally did call everybody, even if
Mhm.
they said the same thing over and over again.
But if they are calling everyone, and they're, because what, today's a half day, Friday's a half day, Monday's a half day. I mean, that is going to be long. So it could.
Half day.
I think even if they went full 8 weeks, puts us at June, plus probably a week for deliberation. Well, not probably. They just had that last time. So we know that's possible.
I wonder if they're streamlining it and maybe they're not going to bring as many witnesses, because I have heard on retrials, they look at what they did and they ask jurors where they could have done better. And maybe the
Yes.
jury said, you brought all these people who said the same thing and wasted our time.
Yeah.
So maybe.
Very well. Could have
And
been.
Brennan's not a slack attorney either. I mean, he's a mob attorney. So I think he is going to bring only what he needs. Where I don't know what Lally was doing, but I think he's going to pare it down, which is good.
Yeah. I mean, I don't need to see a bunch of witnesses all saying the same thing.
And that's what a lot of them
need that.
did, because they called every paramedic, every fire, everyone, even if they didn't have a lot to contribute that the other one didn't say.
Yeah.
I don't know what they're going to do. I don't know. Brennan's throwing a curveball this time. He's doing things a lot differently. So,
wow.
I don't know.
I wonder when the light bulb's going to go off for the story, when everybody will be like, oh, that was that person that was mentioned 10 days ago.
See, and I just don't like that part.
Like the link guy or whoever she mentioned. Like, well, when are we going to find out who that person is?
Well, we should have found that. I mean,
Oh, wait. Yeah. What about him? Who that was?
Officer Link.
From Carrie's testimony, right? Okay.
But who is that? Why didn't they tell us who that is?
Oh, he was the one that was allegedly interviewing everyone, that he didn't record a single interview for some reason.
It was, Link and Buchanan. I think it was, wasn't it? Both of those guys that were going in there.
All I know is from the few pieces of evidence, bad investigation that I've heard of so far, meaning not recording interviews, both either audio or video, and this whole not even putting John's clothes into evidence for a month and a half freaking later, I think I'm overqualified for a job at the Canton PD. So,
yeah, my husband was ranting that literally nobody had body cams. Literally nobody.
Nobody. And that's been so many years. And I'm sorry, but you are part of a big city area. Don't act like you all don't have the money for it. Get out of here. Okay. Get out of here. There's no excuse for that.
Yeah. And the solo cups.
Oh, yeah. I've heard about the solo cups.
That's what I'm saying. There's still so much that has to come out that I feel like once you start bringing out all the stuff that's going, y'all they might forget about these videos, because once you start going into Proctor's text, Proctor got fired.
Oh, I'm so excited about that.
Like the solo cups, the leaf blower, like once they start getting into the stuff that makes you go, they might just, I don't want to say they might forget, because it's always going to be there, but it just might seem okay. But like all this,
in the grand scheme.
Yeah.
I just can't get over what I do know about the evidence collecting, that again, this is how they performed for a cop that they knew. Makes you
What
think
would they
about all
do
the
for you
civilians.
and me?
Exactly. For the people they don't give a shit about.
Yeah.
And this is how much effort you put into all of this. Get out of here. Like that caused, that's the thing, is that's some misconduct there. How many other people has this affected that have had their lives upended? That's the thing, right? Is like, you are playing with people's lives and futures. It's a huge responsibility.
It is.
And that bothers me a lot. I'm glad the feds investigated, but also I want to know about that investigation. So Proctor's gone. Who else is gone? Did they reassess the whole team? Because
No, I think it's just Proctor.
that's crazy to me. Length did go to the homeowner the morning of. Okay, so he is the interview guy.
Yeah, but he's also had dealings with the homeowner's brother in the past. Like he was in a lot of
Kelly
Did
says the neighbors
not?
across the street our police mysteriously do not have Ring video. So they have Ring.
Have
They
a
don't
Ring.
have video.
They said there was nothing on there.
They said, or the police said?
That's what the homeowner said.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, let's totally take
Yeah.
that into consideration. And
It
then
did
we
not
have
go to the house.
We have did not.
Oh, did not.
Sorry.
DN. Sorry.
I don't speak internet short speak. I'm just getting better at it.
What is this?
I'm getting better at it. But no, then we have the videos outside John's house of Carrie and Jen and Karen coming into the house, but mysteriously don't have the video of them leaving the house, where apparently she says a bunch of shit or whatever. So there's several Ring videos that are missing. It's crazy.
There's a lot of stuff that's missing. There's no chain of custody on a lot of the evidence either.
I mean, his clothes were in his Proctor's trunk for a month and a half.
That's
a
what I'm
lot.
saying. There's so much here that, this all sounds really bad, but we haven't gotten into all the stuff that's like really going to make and really, if we're watching the prosecution's case, right? So you should totally be on the prosecution side anyway. If you're watching only the prosecution side of the story, if you're not, they're really not doing a great job. So we're all looking at this going,
yeah,
well, that's their side, but you haven't heard the other side yet. So,
right, it captured nobody leaving the party and when. That's crazy.
I mean, I know our cameras don't pick and choose. They record it all.
Yeah.
See, mine is a Ring, but mine's motion activated. So unless the motion sensor in the zone in which I set is activated, it will pick up. So like I have it set closer so that every car that's crossing in front of my house doesn't set it off every time. But there are certain cars where if they stop at the stop sign, because I'm right on a corner by a stop sign, if they're there too long, like it will pick up.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
So like it just depends. Sometimes it is hit or miss from mine, but I know when someone's in my yard. I know when somebody is in my driveway. I know when a cobweb moves in my backyard right in front of the Ring cam, or like if the dogs are running around in the backyard, like it does pick that up.
See,
So
ours is continuing recording.
It is not dressed for the weather, that's for sure.
I mean, it's a Ring camera. If they have the motion setting, it still should pick up movement.
Not wearing a puffy coat. Bless Assurance says, if Karen deleted the video, they would have found the data of when someone logged in and deleted it. Yeah, I find that suspicious. And these people should know like the way that they went home, right? Like they could have gotten cameras from businesses or things like that to prove when they left. I mean, I don't know if they don't have that. I'm just
wait.
Like,
you said businesses? Like, what do you mean?
I'm saying like if they don't have evidence of when everybody left the house, right, to confirm their story that this is when they left, what was their route home, and could you have gotten cameras from any establishment?
We do have video of Karen's car.
Oh, of
and
Karen.
the times, yes,
But not everybody else.
Mm-mm.
It's cute.
But yeah,
That's
why
cute.
didn't they do everybody's? Or maybe they decide not to show it.
Are
So
they
we got to remember
weren't
there's
ever
probably a
looking at
lot
anybody else?
they have and they didn't show it.
Or they didn't look at anybody else. They looked at
Yeah.
Karen only.
They just decided it was Karen.
That's okay, bless assurance. It doesn't show deleted on our side in StreamYard. So sometimes they pop up. I'm sorry if there were mistakes in there you didn't want everyone to see. I'm sorry.
They do seem to make a lot of assumptions.
Yeah, it did seem like they have texts between John and Karen. They mentioned Carrie. They mentioned Jen McCabe. I don't know if that, whatever his name guy, the phone guy, mentioned other names because I kind of zoned out because he wasn't reading
Yeah,
them.
they do read text messages. There's a group text with everybody in the house, and at one point they do read the group text.
Is this made before or after?
Yeah, wait, I'm sorry. Say again.
Is that made before or after
What do you mean?
the group
Before?
text? Like before John dies or after John dies?
After, whenever there's like, tell him because like there was a text message that was read was just tell him he never came in the house. Like that was part in that group text.
You guys,
y'all remember that? I know the chat agrees with me. They're like, yeah, there was that group text. It's like, tell him he never came in the house. Because I was like, why would you have to tell somebody to just say he never came in the house if he never came in the house? That's the truth. Like, right?
Yeah.
You're saying he never came in the house. Why would you say that in a text?
A group text. You guys are officers. You should know better.
It was like Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe. There was, I can't remember who all was in that group text, but they do read those, or they did the last trial. I assume the defense is gonna bring that.
See, I missed that when I was, so I didn't
Oh,
know
yeah.
that part.
There's group text between everybody who was in the house that night that they were talking about their stories and stuff.
Yeah, and we know that Carrie and Jen apparently were together that same day, putting together a timeline.
That she lied to the grand jury about. That part. Yeah.
It's crazy.
What do you think about them becoming trauma buddies?
Trauma bonded. I mean, that's like a real thing, but also I thought it was weird. I think I said when they said that and pointed that out, like, wait, but you've obviously met Karen and interacted with her more, and you've just met Jen one freaking time and now you're besties.
Especially if he was supposedly close to Jen. Like, why do y'all not, like, why are y'all not closer?
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. How have y'all only met once and now all of a sudden?
Everyone and all police are drunk on the job in Canton. I think that's a fair assessment so far. Oh my goodness. Pepperidge Farm remembers. I love that.
I totally said that the other day too. Oh, you don't remember? Pepperidge Farm remembers.
Right. And they did not get all the phone records of people there, but they got some, right? Because some people got rid of their phones, if I remember you saying something, because that's not suspicious. You know, I have like a bunch of my old phones.
And or Brian Albert. Why I keep saying Chris? That's his brother. Brian Albert. Yeah.
With the nerve Neeson.
The day before a preservation order is supposed to come out for the phones, they got rid of them.
And they had a heads up or something. I mean, they should have known there was going to be a preservation order.
They're
I mean,
cops.
They're
cops. They're law enforcement. They know that's coming.
I mean, that's what's I guess most shocking is like, okay, fine. You all are just dumb then. All right, you had nothing to do with this. You all are just that bad at your job then, because those are the two options, right? Either you're involved or you all are too incompetent to have your jobs.
And see,
maybe they had other stuff on there they didn't want people to see. I mean, here I am giving them the benefit of the doubt, playing the other
Here
side.
you are. Babbitt. No, I'm just kidding.
Maybe they were having affairs or they were doing shady stuff on the job and they didn't want that to get found out.
Oh, we definitely think they were doing shady stuff on the job.
We don't know why they did it, but hello, doesn't matter. At this point, it doesn't matter. You look suspicious. You look like you're.
Oh, they do look sus.
Kelly has a theory.
They beat up John. Chloe's the dog. attacked John. John went down and hit his head, passed out. They decided to put him outside. They did not expect him to die, and they are covering it up.
That is my husband's theory as well.
I could
Yes.
believe that. There's a lot to see, but that does not seem like it's unreasonable.
I mean, what they only do, punch him in the face a couple of times? They didn't do anything to the rest of his body, though?
No,
Like,
they
if you're
probably
bringing
fought
somebody,
him.
if you're bringing somebody in the house to fight, you're not just going to hit him 2 times. Like,
Well, and we don't know how many times he hit him. All
well,
you
he
saw
didn't
was
have, I'm
bruise.
saying, like, but he didn't have really bruising on the rest of his body, or
But it could have been, like up, they started and then the dog attacked or something.
right. He
Well,
doesn't have any abrasions on his hands.
he
Or
does.
he does.
He does.
Like bruising, his
It
knuckles
said
and
they
shit.
had it looked like he had been in a fight.
We haven't gotten to the Emmy yet, so.
So the arm scratches could have been from the dog.
Oh,
Yes, that's what
mhm.
they're saying. The arm is the
Okay.
dog.
Dog bites.
Like,
and-
so you go into the house and you're fighting with somebody. Drunk people fight. Like it starts, and you know how it escalates. There's a lot of testosterone. A fight ensues. A reactive dog to a person it doesn't know, a former police dog, reaches up, grabs John. He falls backwards. That's where that ridge hits in the back of the head. He hits his head on something, blacks out, passes out, and they're like, "Oh shit, maybe he died. Maybe he didn't die." I'm not going to reenact this for y'all, just so you know.
I disagree. I disagree. You should. I think I posted that yesterday. You need to reenact everything.
Yes. I would like you to reenact most important things of my life. one woman show.
Oh Lord. And then they just throw him outside and like, oh, maybe he'll wake up and we tossed him out. He'll go home. He'll wake up after he's passed out, like, and he'll go home. But oh crap, he died,
Yeah. Oh, well, it's
'Cause I did find
very
it-
similar to that. He thinks John was semi-conscious and they kicked John out. John is looking for his phone outside to call Karen to pick him up. John succumbs to his injuries from the attack.
Well, it just doesn't make sense that if he got hit by a car, that his cell phone is found underneath him.
Right.
Like whenever they picked him up and took him, his cell phone was under him. You're on your phone. You got your phone. You get hit by a car. That thing's flying.
Yeah, it should go probably most
Right?
likely in a different direction.
Well,
that's very
unless
true.
he got hit and then he had it and he was stumbling away to make a call. Because remember, he's drunk. And then if he did get hit, he's all disoriented and he was walking up towards the house.
Yeah, but the ME said that
Oh, that's right.
that it would have incapacitated him immediately.
Immediately. Yep.
His injuries would have incapacitated him immediately. There would have been none of that. So, like, if you listen to the expert testimony, he wasn't trying to make a phone call.
Right.
Which we all haven't gotten there. These are all spoilers if you haven't watched the trial.
True. I will say that the whole him getting hit by a car thing and the injuries that he had does not make much sense to me, but I also need more of a visual of the property. Like I need that, but just having the arm and shit, like that's it in the back of your head. And
I need to
But
find
he had
it.
2 black eyes.
Yes.
Right.
There are, I'm going to send you a link. I'm going to find it after we do the stream and maybe before then. There is a
Becky,
YouTuber
could
who
you
has
reenact
made
it tomorrow for us? Like you could make a little diagram with cars or something.
Buffy's playtime.
Yes.
Like, all right. No, but they do have a computer, like somebody has made models the same way they did for Murdaugh. It's probably it's the same woman who did it for Murdaugh, like a reenactment of what. And I'll have to find the link, but she did a good job because I watched those where how they said it backed up, if it hit him, what the defense is saying, what the prosecution is saying. Like it was. Yeah, they did say he did
pirouette.
Look, yes, they said they.
Isn't that like when you like
spin?
Right.
Yeah.
Jump and
spin. Yeah.
Pirouette's a very fancy way to describe that, but okay.
Oh, that's how they
Somebody would have had to have been
Or-
going really fast for that, right?
He said 24 miles per hour.
That's all? Okay.
That's pretty fast backwards.
Yeah, I think I've seen pictures where sometimes it looks like the flagpole is close to the house, other times it looks further
I'm gonna have-
away. I need more of a like aerial view there.
I subscribed to that person at one point. I don't know. I'm still subscribed.
They could have put him in the Ford Escape that the plow driver saw after 3 a.m. and put him by the curb like trash. I mean, I don't know. My theory so far is either, obviously, there's the theory of like, okay, she hit him. But if she did, in my opinion, I feel like it was probably accidental. Okay. I don't think she probably had it out to get rid of him. Why? Because she wanted to meet him out at the bar. Like, I just am not getting that vibe that if it did happen, I don't believe it qualifies for second-degree murder. I don't see.
And if you're saying they said she was going like 24 miles an hour, is that a really that's not fast enough to kill somebody, is it?
Yeah, depending how they get hit and fall. I mean, people fall in their kitchen.
But
and
what could he
die,
have hit his
so.
head on where he was? I'm trying to remember if they said what they think he hit his head on. If
I
he was
think
hit
a
by the car.
curb.
The curb?
Like they had a curb thing. I feel like somebody said that one time. But I don't know if that's where his body was or what. I haven't seen it yet, obviously. So I don't know.
I might have to go back and rewatch.
But I will say also the fight thing inside makes a little sense. I just don't know what could have went on to where they were a good idea and why John would go in and Karen didn't. Because he said in the text, she is his ride home for the night. Like that was his plan. So why would he go in and not Karen? Again, this is because I don't know anything and nobody's testified to it yet. So I'm sure you all have answers. I'm just saying where I am in this trial so far is that's confusing for me. So, but so far I've seen nothing where I'm like, yeah, that bitch is crazy and wants to kill him. I don't know. I just don't get that vibes about it. I mean, we cover true crime all the time. We've seen people do crazy things.
Well, and I can tell you we're going to learn that some cops are just bad cops tonight.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Tonight, 9 p.m. Eastern, we'll be right back here for True Crime and Wine Time, where we're discussing the chilling case of Austin Lee Edwards. Also a cop who does bad things. Very bad things.
I was saying thank you for letting us know about the first thing. I had not found that in my research, and I could have probably done my whole life without it. We need to know, though, but I could have done my whole life without it.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. But yeah, so make sure you check us. It'll be me, Terry, and JT will be there. So it'll be a good time. I'm pretty excited about it. Super glad that it's a half day today. I won't be as tired, so that's great. I think the microdots videos on YouTube, I don't know what that means.
The car is, blessed assurance, the car is going to be at the viewing tomorrow, parked in front of the house. So they're going to 34 Fairview to see where it all happened, and the car will be parked there too.
Karen's car.
Karen's car.
Okay. Do you think they'll do like a reenactment?
That's what I was getting ready to ask. Do you think there'll be a reenactment?
No. Last time it was just the car was there by the curb, and the house is just the way it is.
I guess they couldn't either, because in case you guys didn't know, there was a blizzard.
Yeah,
I know. How are they going to do that?
What do you mean?
Are they going to bring a snow blower?
Leaf blower with snow. Like someone just stand out there and they'll blow the snow.
I mean, that's the other thing, right? Is I don't understand. They were like, oh, he's covered in snow. This is what like Carrie was saying or whatever. But like, it's on snow, you guys. That and the taillights. It's fucking snow. Like, it kind
And
of
that was like
stands out a
when
bit.
they kept saying, and there was no snow under him.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, of course not his body heat.
Yeah.
and blood would have melted the snow. There
That's
wouldn't
what
be
I would
snow
think.
under you. That's what I
That-
was thinking.
That's exactly
Unless
what
there
I
was
would
a foot
assume
of
too.
snow before.
But they're trying to say.
Right. So I agree with you that that fact bothers me because you would think his body heat would still melt it. Because again, like it's not like they had snow that was already down and compacted from like having
Right.
snow all week, right? That does take that snow a long time to melt. But they said there's no snow on the ground. Okay. And then underneath his body wasn't any. But that's the thing. His body heat would have melted that snow regardless.
Mhm.
Doesn't matter. It would have happened. Let alone the blood, which is warm when it comes out. I mean, I agree. I think it's a red herring, I guess, that the ground was clear under him. That makes
Yeah, 'cause I've never lived
sense
in a
to me.
place that has snow like that, but that's my
Mhm.
assumption just from visiting ski resorts and
Mhm.
places with snow that
Yeah.
obviously the snow melted.
Yeah. I mean, the ground, so it depends how cold the ground is too. Right now, the ground's definitely probably frozen by the end of January. It is here in Massachusetts is even colder than Ohio. Now, if there would already have been like four inches or more that had already fallen down for days and it was compacted, then yeah, I would be like, oh, it wouldn't melt. But I do feel like it would have in this scenario. Yeah. So I don't think, and if there was, his phone was still working, which is also interesting. Because was it in blood? I don't know where all the blood is yet. I'm not that far in the trial to know where the pooling happens.
Wait, what's that? There. Okay, so they didn't testify to the pooling this trial. That was last trial.
It would temper quickly, but it doesn't temper that quickly according to whatever temperature data we're going to get from the iPhone, right? Because the body only drops a couple degrees an hour or something like that. And that's still pretty high for snow, right? Because what normal body temps 97-ish degrees. It's going to take hours before it gets below that.
Okay, if you go back and listen, I'm arguing with the chat. If you go back and listen to the testimony from last trial, that paramedic said there was a pool of blood underneath him.
Yeah.
In the very first trial.
Oh, I feel like they said it in here.
I didn't think I heard him say that this time.
I
feel
didn't
like he
hear him
did.
say it this time, so
No,
I
he
thought
said
I
there was
imagined
blood on,
it.
Or
no.
no, not him.
He testified
Carrie.
it. Oh, no, okay.
Carrie said
the paramedic.
That
who
EMT
testified.
guy.
Right. He did
He
not.
But the
said
last
it
trial, they said there was a
first trial.
pool of blood, right?
And then when
Okay.
he said something about it this time, he said that there was blood on the back of his head, but he didn't
Say that there was a
blood.
pool of blood.
Yeah, it was Carrie that said that there was because she did CPR and she was like, "Oh, there's blood all over me." And I was like,
Yeah.
"But what do you mean there was blood all over you?" Like that's very confusing because he didn't have any chest injuries. His injuries were on his arm and the back of his head. How you have blood all over him from just doing chest compressions? That's very confusing to me.
Okay, what did they possibly, and this just popped into my brain, did they possibly hit him in the nose? And that's why they said the two eyes were raccoon. I know when I got hit in the nose when my kids were young playing soccer, my nose bled like all get out.
He's got a
And then the
wound on
next
the back of
day
his
I
head.
had two black eyes.
Head wounds bleed a lot, and Carrie said there was blood coming out of his nose to the side. She said there was blood coming out of his
Carrie
nose.
said there was blood all over her hands and her clothes. She tested because again, I didn't watch anything. All right. I know that's what she said because I was like, well, that's weird.
Where did all of that blood come from then?
Yeah, because I was like very confused about that. I think I might even asked chat, but
I hear what you're saying, Shunka. He said that this trial. Last trial, he said there was a pool of blood. This time, he just said matted to the back of his head. Last trial, he said pool of blood. I wrote it down. I watched it again.
I think that these people really do love to embellish a little bit. Is what I think. Because again, I don't understand how she was covered in blood. Doesn't make any sense.
The gist of it is their testimony keeps changing. It's not the same testimony as last year to this year. They keep changing what they're saying. And the defense is trying to call it out, but it's hard to not call it out because you can't bring up the other trial, which they're still bringing up the
They're
other
doing.
trial, but they're doing it. But like, without saying, all right, we did this once before, and all you people said this last time, and now you're saying this time, and not like.
That's true. It's hard to. Now,
Well, Karen
in
having blood
their-
on her face from CPR makes sense, right? Because he did.
Right.
Somebody said it might have been an opening statement that there was like a piece of glass or something that was then pulled out of his nose.
Mm-hmm.
So like that makes sense. Carrie having blood on her hands and her clothes makes zero sense.
Why?
Where she was just doing chest compressions, according to her.
Well, if he's got blood everywhere, it's probably on him too. If it's coming down his nose.
Well, that seemed like it was just like a wound here that was not out of the nostrils.
And wasn't she
the way they
wrapping
made
him
it
in
say.
blankets and stuff?
I guess.
Because
but
I think
here's-
she said she put it on his head. She
But
put
here's the thing.
blankets on his head.
They find him at 6-ish o'clock in the morning. The prosecution's theory is that he's been out there since what, 12:30 something? Okay. That's 5.5 hours, 6 hours. And wouldn't the blood be kind of dried up by then? It wouldn't still be gushing and flowing.
It's true.
So it's kind of old blood you're dealing with at that point. I don't know. It's very, it really bothered me when she said that. It confused me, I should say. It didn't make a lot of sense. Because again, his arm, yeah, they were big wounds, but he had a shirt on, right? He had a long sleeve shirt. So that's going to trap the blood, a lot of blood in that shirt. You know, he's not going to be spraying, you know, fucking all over the place. But I don't know.
I just
it's very weird.
cheated and pulled up some of the autopsy photos of John.
Oh,
Look,
really?
because-
I've seen them.
Yeah.
We can't show them on YouTube, you guys.
He has two huge black eyes. I mean, he's laying in a hospital bed like he's a patient. But
Oh,
he has,
okay.
Yeah, he has two huge black eyes.
Because nobody took pictures
And-
at the scene.
Yeah. And he does have a huge bruise on his hand. He does have defensive wounds on his hands.
Oh.
And then there's a picture of the back of his head. I'll drop it onto the courtyard in case you want to show it here.
Oh, I can
Because
show it on
it's,
YouTube.
I don't think it's anything that will get you
Oh.
in trouble here. But
Oh, okay.
Some people are sensitive to this.
Yeah, some people are
images.
sensitive.
Yeah.
We won't show
I
it.
mean,
If you want to see it, just
I
join the
would
courtyard
not
on Discord. That's fine.
assume this person was deceased, to be honest. I would think this person was in the hospital. So maybe this was before he was deceased.
Yeah, because
But
try to
looking
warm
at
him up
his
first.
arms, because I never saw these pictures before, I would think a dog definitely did that.
Like I said, when
That's a police dog injury.
my husband got bit by that dog, by that foster dog we had. I immediately, my brain goes, "Let me see your arm," and I was like, "Oh, yeah." I was like, I mean, I wasn't nearly about like that, but I was like, "Oh, okay, I see a similar pattern there."
Because I remember when my brother had his two different police dogs, and one time the thing got loose when he was practicing. Those?
Oh, that gash in the back of his head is fucking huge.
Oh, now I gotta
Okay,
go
this
look.
makes the. Oh, it's actually not in the public chat.
Oh, I put it
I
on.
know. I'm
Cal-
going to the.
No, it's not
I'm
in the
going.
courtyard.
It's not.
Yeah, I put it on TCWT Media court couch or court
Yeah,
couch. You
our
know
group
what I mean.
Chat here. I'll put it. I don't know how to do a spoiler on this.
But if he got hit by a car, his hands.
I'll just
would not
DM
be
it to
bruised
you
like
until I
that.
figure out how to do a spoiler so people can choose. I'll put it on the courtyard. But there's a way you can like blur it out. That way, if people don't want to see it, they don't. I'll figure out how to do that later. But I'll just DM it to you.
So
but
I must have missed the trial last time if they showed these because I did not see these. But of course, I was listening, not watching. But he has defensive wounds on his hands. You don't get that if you get hit by a car.
Oh wow,
in my
that's
opinion.
a pretty big gouge.
Yeah,
And
that's
it's a
pretty
gash.
nasty. That's
And it's
yeah.
a very straight edge for being
It
hit
is.
by a machine.
And there were
Yeah.
no pieces of the tail lights in his body.
Right. So what was the piece of glass in his face? What did that come from?
I know
Because it
somebody-
wasn't a piece of the tail light.
Yeah, that's pretty strange.
I do think they tried to say on the last trial that the bruising on his hand came from an IV needle.
There's no IV hole.
I think they
I
tried to
don't see a
point out a
pinprick.
little tiny. I think they tried to point one out, but I don't remember exactly where they said it was.
And
I
then
mean,
if
I
you look
Do
at
that because
his
he's
other hand,
dead.
what'd you say?
Would it still bruise even after he's dead?
Oh yeah, it'll, and that's why sometimes this sounds morbid. If you let somebody's body lay there for a couple of days, it settles in better.
That's true. Yeah.
But that
Yes, Bells, we're paying attention. Okay, it was a
Drinking glass.
She's like,
So
it's
how
not
did
paying
a
attention.
drinking? But how
my
did a drinking glass get into his face if he was hit by a car, Belle?
In Karen's glass that they walked out of the bar. So the theory of that is that he was holding it, and then the car hits him and whatever. But again, none of these can be from holding a glass. Like they're all too uniform. That's weird to me. Also, it looks like his bruised eyes. It does look like his eyes were bleeding.
If you look at the third, 1, 2, 3, the fourth picture, is that hand covering up him not having pants on?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Bestie.
That's exactly he.
Okay,
Those
I'm
are
like going,
autopsy. That's not a hospital photo. That's
a not safe for work photo.
those bottom four are definitely an autopsy room. You can tell by the sink that's there in the back of the fourth one. That whole thing.
Yeah,
So yes.
I mean,
well, it says autopsy. Yeah.
I would
Oh, it
like.
does. It says autopsy right on
It says. I told y'all it was autopsy photos. I would hope in this trial to get questions that I have left from the last trial answered. And the way the trial's going this time, I think I'm going to have even more questions after this trial, unless things change real quick.
Well, it does. The lineup. Their lineup of questioning is not helpful.
Yeah. How can a witness go from being number 40 to in the top 5, top 3?
Yeah. I have so many questions.
I have a lot of questions about this gash in his head. They're going to have to really convince me that something caused, like you wouldn't just gotten this gash, by the way, if like, let's say you just fell on the ground on grass. I mean, think it's going to do that.
I will find the video to share with y'all in the courtyard of when I fell on the front porch. I didn't bust my head open like that. And I hit a stone around my flower beds. That didn't happen.
Yeah, that looks like he ran into something really pointy.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It looks like a definite linear edge, like something very sharp edged.
Yeah, sharp edged.
Like I wouldn't even say angle. A curb would have done that.
No.
That's too.
I think
too
the edge of
linear
the coffee table.
That's what I'm thinking. Like it looks like he hit it. Yeah, that's exactly what
it very much does.
That's what I come to.
Curbs. I think even the curbs outside the house, if I remember right, are like rounded.
They're rounded.
They're not even, they like round up into the grass.
Just so straight line. I mean, almost like someone used a razor blade just to open.
Had you not seen these before?
Straight.
No, I have
Buffy?
not.
I don't. If they showed them, I don't recall.
Must have missed.
I've seen the arm. I've seen the hand, and I've seen the arms, and I saw that top video. I don't remember seeing the head, but there was. My memory does not get better with time.
Can I be morbid for a second?
Sure.
Do you think Carrie was like, could y'all move his hand? I would like to see. Because she's so enthralled with him.
That's awful. Awful, Terry.
I know that was awful. I should not have said that. I take that back. But look at the amount on that top photo. You see the top one says injury photos. Then they show autopsy. There's a lot of blood coming out of that head.
Yeah, there is.
On that
There's
pillow.
still blood pooled around him. So yeah, it is. It is still going, which is.
And that nose is broken. or very damaged. Look at how red it is. It bled
Mm-hmm.
in that first photo. Shanka, I'm sorry.
Too much. Too much.
So
I
there's
don't
my
think there's
input today.
but a dip for the drainage. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I would call it a curve. I don't know what I would call it. It was just like the road goes up and curves up a little bit, and then it's yard.
Look at the elbow photo. The one on the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
That looks like a dog mouth. The way it's kind of curved a little bit.
Oh, I see it. Like if you're looking at it from like the 5 around.
That
yeah.
looks like a dog.
Well, and I've noticed the prosecution is being a little misleading when they call these scratches.
Oh,
yeah, those are not scratches.
Like,
and look at the bruise on his hip behind his arm. Do you see the bruise on his hip? His hip is bruised.
Is it bruised or is it blood pooling?
That looks like it's bruised.
This happened. These photos were taken 1/31/22. So
he's been washed.
They said there's no broken bones and no bruising below the waist.
That bruise is on his side. Blood pooling would be on his back.
By the
There,
spine.
you can see there's blood pooling in this.
Yeah, you can see the blood pooling on the back, but how is that mark there underneath his little bitty love handle curve there? That looks like a bruise to me. And
It does
those look
seem
like
up more.
Yeah, and those are dog bites on that arm. I wonder if they asked a veterinarian to look at these photos.
Yeah, but was it allowed in trial though? That's the problem.
There's a dog
right?
bite expert as a witness.
Is there? Okay. So we are, because I feel like I heard one of y'all saying that it was up for debate a couple of months ago.
She's gonna come in.
She allowed it?
I missed
Dr. Russell was on their last trial. She got voir dired, and then while court was going, they had her come in and voir dire. And then that was one day of watching all that testimony, and then she testified the next day.
Okay, I'm going to have to go find that because I missed all of that. So,
but Dr. Russell, but the prosecution is bringing in their own witness to rebut the defense's dog bite testimony. So,
Kelly P and Lady in Gray, I think Llama's going to put them somewhere on Discord, but blur them out, and you have to click on it if you want to see them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'll put it in the Karen Reed case file that we have over there on the courtyard. But let me figure out how to do it, just because I don't want anybody like not expecting to see it, you know?
Okay.
So.
Blessed Assurance said she listened to a canine expert yesterday, and he's convinced it's dog bites.
I watched if it's the same one, and I can't remember what his name is, I watched him talk to, and
I mean, as somebody who is a former veterinary technician, was married to a vet, and my brother had police dogs, 2 of them. One, my ex-husband, I did surgery on. That is a dog who is maybe trained for defense stuff. That looks like a bite, and those are not scratches. How did the car do all of that in your face? And okay.
As Elbow said, at least 4 of them in his arm are stitch worthy. I mean,
I need to go back
cut
and
his
refresh
forehead
on
and
this.
his needed those upper ones up here on his bicep. Yeah, those need stitches. No, scratch my ass. Oh my goodness.
Because remember, they showed a picture. Was it the EMT or Carrie that they showed the hand picture on day 1? They didn't show it up close like this. They looked like scratches.
On what? I'm sorry. I was reading.
Was it Monday, or what day is today? The first day of the trial. Didn't they show a picture up on the screen?
Yes.
They didn't zoom in close like this. If it's far away.
We're also watching a video of a video.
A video, that's true.
We're watching it secondhand, so it's got to go. They're putting it on a screen, and there's a camera putting it on the screen, and then we're seeing it through a screen. So it's like meta.
I've seen some
Okay,
of her
Chucky, you
faces.
made me laugh. Thank you.
Jim McCabe's eyes.
Yeah.
I was saying about watching the documentary last night. I was like, oh boy,
She
she
gonna be
looks like a piece of
fun.
work. It was only like 2 minutes, and she was angry.
She was
And
on the stand
very
for like 2 days, I think.
2 days.
Find that.
I think so. She was on there for a while. It's like
Wow.
at least 1.5.
Ow, 2 days. Jeez. Oh my gosh. As a former delivery boy that still talks with a nationwide network of delivery boys, that's a dog bite. That's true.
Elbow feet. You and I agree.
What do we agree on?
This
That's a
doesn't.
dog bite.
Oh,
I'm going to have to show my current husband because, we have dogs, but he's not a true crime person. But I'm going to have to ask him his thoughts because he knows nothing about this case. And just say, what do you think that is?
well, I brought mine in on the same thing. As soon as I showed him the red Solo cups, he was like, and that's when he joined me last year.
Like, what are they doing? That's
He's like,
crazy.
I'm not watching that. I'm not watching that. I'm like, you need it.
Yeah, no. I mean, Double H will watch like Dateline and stuff with me, but
Oh,
and we'll
what
watch
we go to sleep
documentaries.
to. Dateline. I have nightmares.
Oh,
He
I
watches a
sleep
lot of true
to
crime with me too.
We sleep
I
to
sleep
true
to
crime.
Morrison every night.
Keith and Joe Kenda are my favorite.
Dr. Russell testified last trial.
Is he on the list this time?
Dr. Russell is a woman.
Oh, is she? A woman?
Yes, and
I mean, is she? She's on the witness list.
Yes, she is. She's supposed to testify. She testified last time. She's a very, very smart lady. Like she's overqualified. She's like a cop. She was a cop. She is a medical doctor. She's smart. Smart lady.
Okay.
Interesting. I can't wait. I do feel like today picked things up a little bit in court with the text messages and
Prosecution won a little more points after their first
Mm-hmm.
couple witnesses who I did not find credible.
yeah, no, I definitely think they ended today on
So if you're
top.
keeping score,
What's up? If
so
we're keeping
if we're
score.
keeping score,
For keeping score today, the
Prosecution won.
pulled ahead. I mean, they ended with a banger, sent the jury home. The jury's definitely going to
You
think
should
about it
do
because we
that
can't stop
daily.
thinking about it.
You should do a scorecard of who you think wins for the day and then
Yeah.
have it at the very end of the trial.
That's a good idea. I love that. I love that
A
idea.
scorecard so that we can see at the very end how it all tallies up.
Like,
Yeah, because I don't think either. The defense has done all right the last couple days. Not, oh wow, kind of thing yet.
Well, they don't get a choice on who's called right now.
Right. I know that they still did a great job getting what they wanted to accomplish. They did, right? It was like, ooh, that ambulance driver is kind of weird, but okay. Or EMT, I'm sorry. But I don't think the prosecution defense had great opening statements. They did. They were very passionate, way better than the prosecution's opening statements. But after that, no one's really been that impressive. I do think that today the prosecution ended up winning the day, but that has nothing to do with them. That was just the text messages and then Karen's words on video. It was nothing that they said or their questioning that made them like, oh yeah. So
I liked the defense attorney's passion on arguing about the ARCA stuff. I mean,
oh, is this like,
he
are you
was
talking about like
fired up.
pretrial motions or something?
No, when they had yesterday and he came out.
Oh, Alessi.
Oh, the something guilt.
Oh, when they were the consciousness of guilt, when they were arguing about that.
Okay,
yes.
so that was Jackson. Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say Kelly.
Although-
He would say he won, but I mean,
Kelly
he wins
P
every day
gives
that he
him-
talks because he's
yeah.
hot.
No, it was
but-
Alessi who argued the consciousness of guilt for the videos.
Yes.
I'm pretty
The
sure it was
conscious-
Alessi.
No, I thought it was
during
Jackson.
the middle of the day yesterday when he was like, it does nothing but to vilify my client and make
Vilify.
her. Yeah,
That was
that was
Jackson, right?
Jackson.
Oh,
That was
okay.
Jackson. Leslie was making the arguments yesterday before trial about the text messages and like stuff like
the ARCA, like,
He was-
the contact, the missing stuff that the
Yeah.
prosecution's all pissed
That
off
was him.
about.
Yeah.
Okay.
Jackson's got the beard.
Okay.
I just think the
Unless-
defense definitely has shown more passion. Not that we rate trials on passion, but
No, but it goes a long way, right? Because we all know everybody's getting paid. Okay, we know that. As a juror, you know that. But to have when your defense can have that sort of conviction of, listen, like, yeah, we know you probably all think we're just skeevy lawyers just doing it for money. You really do get a sense of genuine passion from them, which you don't get to see very often in attorneys on either side.
I did hear some people in other chats because I jump around in the evening to see what other people are saying, that they felt like the defense was mincing words, like just making like nothing something out of nothing.
Mm-hmm. I think
But-
sometimes they are being a little like that. Which
I'm
is
out and out of a
annoying, but I get it.
molehill.
Yeah. But
yeah,
they have to attack the credibility of a witness.
Exactly.
That's their
part of their
job.
job. Mm-hmm. That's their job. That's their goal. Like, for example, the whole Carrie lied about hearing or not hearing. And she was like, it wasn't intentional. Like, I agree. I'm like, hi, BB.
BB Jasper says hi too, even though your mom doesn't want
And
to.
I want a cinnamon roll.
I would like
But
a
I
cinnamon
do
roll.
think, also, though, the defense is showing restraint with making sure that they don't attack anyone that's there to be the sympathy witness.
Mm-hmm.
They're doing very, very good. I mean, I think the way they handled Peggy afterwards, which was like, all we want to do is send our condolences. We have no further questions.
Agreed.
Was so classy. So classy because they addressed that they do see the victim side as human beings, which is you're going to have to play in a case like this, right? For the jury, like you're going to have to show like, yeah, we very much think our client, like we're fighting for that, but we do care about justice for John.
But we're not monsters.
But we're not monsters.
But we're not monsters.
Exactly, because they have to really step it up for Karen and her innocence, So I think they're doing a really good job with that, because that is a difficult line, a very difficult line to tread. And I think they're doing really great there. So, well, ladies, that's all I have for today. I think that's
Thank you, Bev, for opening up my afternoon. I
know,
appreciate
right?
it.
I know. I'm pretty excited about it.
I don't know what to do with my life. Like, I guess I gotta do laundry or something.
I know.
And Buffy, once again, you look fabulous, and I think you need to be on camera more often.
That's what I think too. The chat loves
So,
me. You're wonderful.
get with our producer and let us know what show you're going to do.
That producer is me. I will greenlight anything. Well, for Buffy, I won't greenlight anything in general. That's
And I was like going, did
Like,
you
since
just
when?
say those words out loud?
Since when? You're always marking stuff. No, all the time. Yeah. So tonight, if you miss us, can't wait. 9:00 p.m. Eastern Standard
Bodies
Time.
with Buffy. That's cool.
Buffy. I like that. We'll be back here for True Crime and Wine Time tonight, covering the Austin Lee Edwards case. Otherwise, we will be back tomorrow at 8:30 for whatever we might have in trial. Don't know, possibly half day, but the jury is going on an adventure to the scene. But they also talked about having an expert testimony. So we're just going to see what happens tomorrow and play it by ear.
We don't know anymore. We just show up and go, what's that?
Right? I'm just like, okay, I'm here. Let's go. Well, thank you, ladies, so much for joining me today. I really appreciate it. I love our talks. I love this so much.
We'll see you tonight, Terry.
Bye,
See you
guys.
guys later.
Go forth and be amazing, everyone. Bye.